The weather conditions here this morning is a little bit breezy. Weather forecast said 10 knots to 15 knots, which in our terminology is 16 to 24 kilometers an hour. Nothing too serious, I would think, because science has shown that if you run into still air, you are using energy to displace that air. Here you're running into a slight headwind and that same energy. So with the tailwind, a bit of an advantage. A fantastic field assembled. Both defending champions are back here today for the Nedbank Runified 50 kilometers. We've got a great commentary team to bring you all the information about all the athletes. We'll be back later.
As the sun rises over a new day, this day filled with possibilities, on this day we rise, quicken our step, march and run to the possibility of a new world record. It's the Nedbank Breaking Barriers, a 50 kilometer, and we are looking forward to a wonderful race here thanks to Nedbank Runified. My name is Mutibi, and sitting alongside me is one of the biggest athletics brains I know, Q1 Walker. What are we likely to see today?
I'm going to put my head out there and say we're going to see 2 new world records again, just like we saw in last year's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer. We've got a small field, 61 men, 22 women, but it is by invitation only, and some of the best athletes from not only in South Africa but around the world have converged in Irvette today. 8 different countries being represented here, and I think we're going to see some fireworks today.
Indeed, we're likely to see some fireworks. Let's remember that this Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer race made possible by a new Athletics South Africa leadership that has embraced events hosted by federations such as the Eastern Province Athletics right here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. World-class events. This event, of course, enjoys IAU bronze label status and World Athletics Elite label status, making it one of the most sought-after running ultramarathons in the world. And what we saw last year in terms of the world record is what we're hoping to see this year. Let's mention some of the protagonists there. Q1, Ketema Negasa ran that 2:42.06 last year. He's back to defend his title, as is Evette Fancell in the ladies' race, running 3 hours and 4 minutes. Are they likely to do it again? Because I know that there are some, shall I call them red herrings, late entries whom we didn't expect, especially in the men's race, who are looking to assault that world record.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, the weather conditions, 18 degrees, perfect conditions right now. A little bit of a breeze in the wind, but that's not going to affect the athletes too much. But yeah, as you mentioned, both defending champions are here, Ketema, Negasa, Evette Fancell, but they're going to have some strong opposition. You know, the East African nations of Kenya and Ethiopia are not really too much suited to the ultramarathons, and after Ketema came through here last year and got that world record, the influx of the East Africans have come. We've got Ilyad Kipchoge, who broke the world record last year, but unfortunately there were 3 athletes in front of him as he crossed the line.
Correct.
He's run 2:12 in the marathon, but the most exciting athlete, and I actually get goosebumps while just saying this, Stephen Mokoka, multiple South African champion, is making his ultramarathon debut today. And just like Negasa did last year on his ultramarathon debut, I'm going to put my head out and say that is the biggest danger man to break the world record today.
Of course, talking about Mutibi and some of the top female contenders as we talk about Evette Fancell, there they are on the screen. We've got Shane Bosman, we've got Evette Fancell. Who else can we talk to? Because some of those will not be starting, as I mentioned, Shane Bosman and Gerda, of course, not starting here today. But who are we looking at there to give Evette Fancell a run for her money, or will she be likely to be running alone for much of the race?
Well, I think as she ran last year, you know, she was entered as a pacemaker, and then she got to 50 kilometers and she felt good, so she decided to carry on. This year is not the case. She's actually running as an official entrant, but I say official entrant. Pacemakers are allowed to finish the race. So in today's race, she's going to have Stella Murray, fresh off her 2:38 marathon in the Cape Peninsula Marathon. So they're going to be going off at much faster tempo than world record pace, I must add. You must remember there are 2 world records when it comes to the ladies race. We've got Desiree Linden, the 2:59 in a mixed race, and then Evette Fancell, her 3:04, which was in a women's only race, which is the event they'll be running today. But Evette has said that she's going to go off at that 2:59 pace, which would be a 3:35 tempo. As we look at some of the men, again, a lot of the men on the screen now not running this year due to injuries, but David Ketema, the Comrades Marathon champion, he's back. Your defending champion, Ketema, Bekele Negasa. We've mentioned Stephen Mokoka.
And we've got Edward Mutibi as well.
Yeah, Edward Mutibi, Comrades Marathon champion. He has improved tremendously when it comes to the marathon. He ran his 2:13 marathon last year in Cape Town, so he's trained really well together with his training partner Dan Mashaliwe. They went up to Afriski in Lesotho to train for this race specifically with their coach Dave Adams. So I think Edward Mutibi definitely is someone to watch as well.
Looking forward to a fabulous race, and let's hear from some of the runners who are expecting to take it on and talk to us a little bit about the weather conditions down at the start line. Back to you, Alec Riddle. Nice one, Q1. Nice one.
That thing just went off. It just slipped. Yeah, it's. Yeah. I just muted it.
We can't hear the broadcast. Can you? I can't hear a thing.
You never even hear.
There.
Exceptional, yeah. It's been a great experience. It was a long flight to get here, but once we made it to the hotel, it's been great. So.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for joining us. All the best.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Lovely to hear that people have journeyed far and wide to take part in what is expected to be an exceptional race and an exceptional event right here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. While someone who knows this part of the world quite well, he's traveled around the world, a broadcaster par excellence, but he still calls Gqeberha home. Mluleki Ntsabo seated next to me. Pramlu, thank you for joining us this morning. What can we expect? What makes the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality such a sporting destination of excellence?
Oh, well, I think you have to go back in 2009, mostly, when the British and Irish Lions opened a stadium at the Nelson Mandela Bay before 2010 FIFA World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was an attraction from the word go. I've hosted the Springboks numerous times, being able to beat the All Blacks playing against Argentina. There were a couple of games that were played, especially during these COVID times. But I must say, though, that Eastern Province Athletics Association have been able, the only province, if I'm not mistaken, I think, with the KZN being able to continue while there were these difficult COVID times. So it's always an attraction because it's coastline, obviously.
Yeah, sea level.
Holiday destination. But I think this event that we are in now, Nedbank Runified, is it's starting to really grow its legs. It's getting better and bigger, and hopefully we can have a couple of more years to come as well.
Yeah, we will, and of course the municipality speaking wonderfully well about this partnership and saying how compliant it's been to all the city's regulations. It's been a marvel to watch grow, and we are expecting a long-term contract between Nedbank Runified and the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. We'll be hearing from you throughout the race, Mluleki Ntsabo, as you share with us some of your knowledge particular to this part of the world, and also talk to us about the changing weather conditions that we always get here. So we'll get Q1 Walker back in the seat, but as we talk to some of the female athletes that we expect, we see Evette Fancell, and of course she's expected to win the race, but some of the other athletes who may not be going for the world record but are going for age group records, and I see age group and continental records also on display there. We see the names of Zintle Shabalala, who of course runs for the Excel running club, and some of the smaller clubs as well also involved here today, so that's good to see. Age group world records, are we likely to see some of those, Q1?
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to see some. Remember, if you go back to last year's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, Jonas Makele set also a world record time, but unfortunately for him, Ketema, Bekele Negasa finished just a few seconds ahead of him. But Jonas is actually, in December last year, turned 40, so he we'll be looking at that veterans world best time. We must remember that the age category tags still fall under the IAU banner, so it's only the open categories that become world records. But I definitely think we are going to see that, and also some continental records.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. And speaking of continental records, there'll be some athletes to watch, and we'll be bringing you some of those athletes throughout this broadcast. But there are some interesting runners who have descended upon the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, indeed South Africa, from other parts of the world, other continents in the world. We've got the likelihood of a European record with an interesting Frenchman who says he's preparing for the 100-kilometer World Championships happening in Germany later this year. Ruel Guillerme is hoping to run that European record here, so keep an eye out for that. So far as the women's race is concerned, as we get back to that, of course, with the sun rising over the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, and we watch the women getting ready, we've seen who's likely to take it there. But the men, are we likely to see a different kind of race? We spoke about Evette Fancell leading the women's race and possibly running alone with Stella Marais doing the pacemaking duties. In the men's race, as we see that starting list, is it different? Is it a big bunch all the way until, 35 kilometers?
Yeah, I think, to break the world record time of 2:42.06, you need to be running at a tempo of 3:14 per kilometer, which will give you exactly 2 hours and 42 minutes. At the technical meeting yesterday, the athlete said that they will be going off at 3:12 per kilometer, which sounds very close, only 2 seconds off, but that will give you a 2:40 finishing time. So that will take 2 minutes off the record. And I think at that type of pace, we're not going to see such a big bunch. We will for perhaps the first 2 laps. Bear in mind, it's a 10-kilometer loop course that the athletes will navigate 5 times. But an athlete like Stephen Mokoka, I don't think he's here just to make up the numbers or just to get a win. He wants to walk away with the world record. That is his reason for being here. So if they do go off at that 3:12 tempo, I think there will be quite a lot of casualties as we go through the second half of the race. But nevertheless, it's going to be very different to the ladies' race, where I think it's very much a one-sided affair with Evette.
Indeed, and we'll be bringing you the route throughout the race, of course. As we've heard from Luleki Ntsabo, it is a looped course. There we go. It is 5 laps of 10 kilometers as it goes round and round along the beachfront. Lapped courses, Q1. Some athletes like them. I know a lot of athletes train on lapped courses, but others don't. Any difference this time around?
Yeah, as you mentioned, you get some athletes running on laps. Mokoka, where he trains in Tuks grounds, they do a lot of laps there around the grounds. Evette Fancell as well mentioned yesterday that she enjoys the laps, but mentally it is quite hard when you keep going past the start and finish venue all the time, and you have to tell yourself, I need to do another lap. But when you're running at such a high tempo, as we're going to see today, being run at world record pace, it is quite tough mentally, but all of these athletes are well prepared, and both physically and mentally, for the race.
Yeah, we look forward to a fabulous race. Now the ladies' race is about to get underway, and of course, in order for it to be a women's only world record, the women's race has to start first here at the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers. They're about to get under starters orders, and as you see there, some of the social distancing being enforced just before we get underway. They'll be called to their mark and will then quicken their step, as they do now, to get in front of under the starters orders at the gun and then get going. Are we able to spot any emotion this early in the race? As we speak about that, there is some nervous energy. Someone almost gets left behind, and they're off. So, I mean, I guess this is what we can expect. Some athletes new to the elite stage and not necessarily well versed in all the technicalities of an elite start, but they get underway safely and off they go.
Yeah, and also not only new to the elite starts, but new to all the COVID protocols, which this race has been following very, very well. But as we see, it's only 35 seconds into the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer. It's your woman off first, who started at 6 a.m. The men will be starting at 6:30, 30 minutes behind, as we see Stella Marais right in the front of the pack, together with Evette Fancell and a host of East African athletes from Kenya, Ethiopia. We also see there Zintle Shabalala in the colours of Excel Running Club, a local team from Pietermaritzburg down in KZN, coached by Golani Mabida, who's out on the course today. He's also got some interesting debutants that will be running in the men's race, as we saw last year with Sibusiso Kubeka.
Doing very well.
Doing a fantastic run, 2:42 there for him as well. But the race is underway, and as you can see, Evette is here for one reason, and that's to break the world record, and she's going out with the pace.
Let's talk a little bit about what they are here for. Over 1.2 million rand in prize money. That's what Nedbank have put into it. 130,000 as well as 150,000. That's for winning the race and breaking the world record respectively. Now, if you're watching at home and asking yourself, what if 2 or 3 people dip under the world record? Well, only the winner gets the money. So that's going to make it a little bit more interesting. And as we see some of the prize money there, as we said, 130,000, that's for first place, and going all the way down to 5,000 in 8th, with an additional 150,000 for breaking the world record. So if Evette Fancell can break her own world record, then she will pocket 280,000 rand. Not a bad payday.
Yeah, not bad at all. And then, of course, the race title sponsors, Nedbank, also putting an additional 200,000 rand towards the first 5 South African athletes across the line. So an extra 50,000 rand there. And last year I made a comment during the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, and a lot of people asked me, when am I going to say it? I'm going to say it now already. Samban Golayin. It's only 2 minutes 30 into the race, and already they are in a line.
Samban Golayin, exactly. As they spread out, and looks like she's setting out a nice pace. Stella Marais spoke yesterday. We'll hear from her during the race about the fact that this is her first real big pacemaking job, and she's looking forward to it, having spoken to Evette, having taken some advice from Evette Fancell. So those two, expect them to be communicating throughout the race. The importance of pacemaking, Q1 Walker, not many people understand why, how. Is it important, especially when we're tackling a world record, and what makes a good pacemaker?
Yeah, so it's very, very important, especially when you're going for a world record tempo, or any tempo, so to speak. And you know, to be a good runner doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be a good pacemaker. You know, to come with to be a good pacemaker, you know, you need to come with a lot of experience. As we saw last year in the men's race, Adam Lipschitz, who's not here today, he's running actually in Rome today, together with Sipho Mbanjwa last year. They dictated the pace. They told the guys to either speed up or slow down. You know, they directed the guys going to the water stations. So it's a lot of responsibility when you are a pacemaker. You know, the whole field basically are relying on you to set the pace. So if you are going off at a world record tempo, but the pacemakers are running too slow, that messes the race up. And then equally worse is if they go too fast. That really destroys the race. So, you know, to be a good pacemaker, you obviously need to be comfortable at that pace. But it's like being a captain of a soccer or rugby team.
Correct,
you need to guide the athletes.
Marshal,
Yeah,
correct. So we're looking forward to some good pacemaking, and we'll talk about the pacemaking duties in the men's race when we get to that start in just about 25 minutes time. You're watching the Nedbank Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer run, and we're here because of Nedbank Runified. What started as a virtual series then transformed into an actual race in 2021. The brainchild of Nick Bester, who is the man in charge of the Nedbank Running Club, saying they wanted to give athletes an opportunity to race against each other during the height of the pandemic. And so what started off as the Nedbank Runified virtual series was then transformed into a world-class ultra-marathon distance race, where they attempted the world record, getting some of the best athletes. And so we are here for the second edition in 2022, as we watch the woman who won it and set a world record last year, taking close orders in front there, as they are just sitting behind the pacemaker Stella Marais, going up and down along the beachfront here in Nelson Mandela Bay.
And if any of the viewers are wondering what the green ribbons are on a lot of the athletes, That is an initiative from Nedbank Runified, where it's time to runify around mental health and take our first steps towards a happier, healthier South Africa. That's hashtag more than a club, the motto of the Nedbank Running Club. And as you see there, that graphic, it's time to, really stand together. And, we're seeing a lot of issues around mental health, Mosibodi, especially in the country. Of recent, we've seen some tragic news of people passing away. And, don't be afraid to reach out and talk to someone if you are feeling that way.
Correct. And the money that's being spent here is not just prize money or incentive money for world records. Nedbank is also doing its part, because they'll be donating 10,000 Rand to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group if a Nedbank Running Club elite runner finishes in the top 3 in this Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon. So if Evette Fancell can win the race in Nedbank colours, or if Ketema Negasa can win the race in Nedbank colours, then we get additional 10,000 Rand going to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, and that's for the top 3. So really putting their money where their mouth is, not only in terms of supporting athletes, but just supporting wellness, health and wellness in general, including mental health. So quite good to see. Now they're going through the first loop there, and the turns are quite wide, so we're not expecting any sticky action, shall I call it, that we sometimes get at the turns. It's quite a comfortable turn, which will make sure that we don't see any athletes getting into trouble.
Yeah, definitely a nice wide turn there. And because they are doing that turn, they have basically now completed 2.5 kilometers. So it's 2.5 kilometers out, as we see Norrie Williamson there with the little helmet on there, guiding the athletes on the shortest route. So yeah, they've now completed 2.5 kilometers, made that first turn. They are now heading back towards the start-finish venue. And when they go through that start-finish venue gantry, they would have completed 5 kilometers. It's another 2.5 kilometers out, and then back to complete the first lap of 10 kilometers. But beautiful overhead shot there, Mosibodi, of the beachfront here in Gqeberha along Marine Drive. And I'm a little bit jealous that Umlu gets to call this home, because fantastic venue.
Exactly, it really is. And if you look at the waves, that gives you a signal of the weather. The waves still not very choppy. That tells you that the wind is playing ball here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. And so that wind, very important if we are hoping to get a world record. So just watch those waves there, and they will give you an idea of the kind of conditions that the runners are facing out there on the road. Well, there you have it, Kuan. Just 5 plus the pacemaker. So it looks like Stella is really meeting out a good metronomic pace, and already the race is looking like the business end of things.
Definitely, and you can see Stella getting a little bit of a gap there. But as the athletes make their way through towards the 5 kilometer mark, we're going to have a chat to Evette Fancell and see what she thinks about this year's 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer.
I'm really excited going into the race. I'm excited to run today, and the body is feeling good and the mind is ready to run far. So yes, I'm excited. Yeah, last year I actually wanted to run Valencia Marathon, but 4 days before I had to travel, there came a travel ban, so I couldn't go to Valencia. So we opted to come and run in PE again because of the great history I have here. Unfortunately, on the day, the route didn't work with me, and it was quite brutal, the hills. But yeah, just finished in a 2:35. It's basically the same pace that I was running the world record pace at. So yeah, happy to be back in PE with a flatter route again. And last year May was really good to me. To run the world record here was an absolute great pleasure for me. And yeah, it was just a blessing that I could do it on the day. And hopefully today we can do it again. So I'm really excited to do it.
So there she is. She's quite excited to be taking on the race again, as you heard. And what I found quite interesting about what she said is that she says she's not so much feeling the pressure that much. Last year she was a pacemaker, not expected to complete the race, went on to complete it. So this year the question is, are all eyes on you? And I know that sometimes, a lot of the time, runners speak about the pressure of running with someone on your shoulder, that you feel it, and there are some runners who just can't perform, and that's the question to her. Will she be feeling some of that pressure? She says no, they'll all be watching her. You think everyone will be watching Evette, or is someone else likely at some point to take the lead?
Yeah, I personally feel that with Stella Marais doing the pacemaking up front, it's basically just a race for Evette to lose. I mean, there of course is a very strong contingent from East Africa, the Ethiopians and the Kenyans, but in terms of marathon times, Evette is the fastest in the field. Her 2:28 coming from last year's Siena marathon in Italy, which she qualified, for the Olympics with. In terms of the Ethiopians and Kenyans that are running on her heels, they only 2:33, 2:34 marathon best, so quite a big difference in time off there. But as they make their way towards the start-finish venue, we've got Riddle down there.
Welcome to the start-finish headquarters. With me, Councillor Basi Kamana. Councillor, what is your impressions of this morning so far?
First and foremost, let me welcome all the viewers. In Swahili we say, Karibu nyumbani, welcome home. The home of athletics, the home of marathon. It is the friendly city. Then you come and see and witness the friendliness of the city.
Now, last year, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality partnered with Nedbank in the first of these Breaking Barriers races, and 2 world records were set. The city's impressions of that day?
We are very proud to be associated with Nedbank Runified Marathon, simply because it's going to put the city into the center of world athletics. And number 2, it's going to also to improve the economy of the region. You will recall that you are still suffering from the ravages of COVID-19. And this event, as it started last year, that is 2021, where we set the world record, we're hoping that our local guys, particularly our golden boy, Melchior France, is going to break the record today.
Well, Councillor Basi, now just on a lighter note, how is your training going for next year's event?
You're in for a surprise. You're in for a surprise. I will be there. I will reach the podium. I will be there. Then I won't see you because you will be only chasing my heels.
That's on a lighter note, Councillor Basi Kamana. He'll certainly be at the podium handing out the winners' checks. But thank you very much for joining us today.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Basi, the very great interview, and Mlu, perhaps next year we will be commentating and saying, calling Councillor Basi into the finish on the podium.
Oh, that would be nice, and he looks very enthusiastic about it, but I'm sure you'll need a couple of races to get in tune as well, but very confident. And it's nice to see people around this city really rallying around this competition. As I said to Musiburi, that it's growing its legs, and that's what you want to see here. Stella Marais still on the go at the moment and setting just about the right pace. Of course, Kieran, it's something that we're going to start checking on now that we are around about the quarter of an hour, which is very, very important in terms of getting towards there to see and if we're about there and about in terms of the records.
Yeah, definitely. The athletes will be making their way towards the 5-kilometer mark, so that will be the first timing split that we'll get, and we'll get a better indication of the pace that they are running as we see Patience Muroe, the Zimbabwean athlete in the colours of Nedbank Running Club, just falling off the group. We've got Stella Marais in front still with Evette Fancell on her heels, setting a good pace, and then Fikadu Bosho, the Ethiopian athlete, very distinctive Ethiopian running style, Mlu. All the Ethiopians run like that, quite a bit of a shuffle, high arm carriage. And then the Kenyan, shell with Muriiki Inyawira, who's a 2:33 marathon runner at best. But my concern with that, Mlu, this is her 3rd marathon already of 2022. Quite a hectic racing schedule when we've just gone into March.
Yeah, it is, and the station once again, it's very interesting that the little picks and some of those athletes, and especially that, but what, 5 of them, 2 are not choosing to have a grab, and especially Evette Fancell.
Yeah, it looked a little bit concerning there with Fancell. It's almost like she didn't see her bottle. Of course, all the elite athletes will have their personal mixtures and different concoctions and magic bullets that they call them. Prodigal Kumalo down in Durban used to be well known for his magic bullets that he used to put into the bottles, but everyone has stuff that works for them. And of course, hydration, very, very important in a race, and especially in ultramarathon.
Evette Fancell, of course, a disappointment. You would say, if you go back to the Olympics, that she couldn't finish, but conditions far different, and now running to much familiar home conditions.
Yeah, in Sapporo, where the Olympic marathon took place last year in Japan, very, very hot and humid. Today, as we mentioned, 18 degrees. I think in Sapporo last year it was around 27, 28 degrees. And talking about Tokyo, Japan, this morning, the Olympic champion, double Olympic champion, Ilyad Kipchoge, taking victory again in the Tokyo Marathon, new course record, 2:02:40. No signs of slowing down.
No, amazing. 16 of those marathons, he's lost what, 2, 3?
Yeah.
About 3, I think. He's won 13 out of 16. So that tells a story. That's what we're looking for. Record holders so far, 2:42:07. Ketema Bekele Negasa from Ethiopia, and Evette Fancell, all eyes on her with 3:04:23. And of course, as Mutibi said, she was a pacer, and she sort of felt that she could finish the course. Of course, asked for a sort of a permission from her coach, Nick Bester, who gave her green light to continue with that beautiful Kabecha. I mean, look at this. I can't get enough. There is a little walk to the beach, and you see a lot of those salter runners early in the morning. You're not going to see too many of them this morning, of course, because there is an official marathon on the go here, 10-kilometer loop, 5 times. But you wouldn't say easy meet, but the conditions are quite conducive to that as well. We are going to get to the mid-20s, but I think that's what towards the end of the race as well here in Kabecha. But generally, it's just about the high teens, mid-teens, but the breeze, as we've indicated, there's not a lot that would disturb the runners today.
Yeah, most definitely. As we saw the athletes going through the thirsty water point there, Evette picking up a bottle there, so she's hydrating well. But just to get in terms of the splits, yesterday in the technical meeting, Evette Fancell said that she was not going to go for her world record time of 3:04, but go for the mixed record time of 2:59 of Des Linden. They were supposed to set out at a tempo of 3:34. They've set out over the first 5 kilometers that they passed in 17:45. That's a 3:33 tempo per kilometer with an estimated finish. I know it's very early, Luke, but 2 hours, 57 minutes and 21 seconds. So Evette, it is still early, but really going for it today.
Yeah, they're right on the mark. What, 3:34? Stella Murray, of course, still getting the paces on the go here. Bosho, Fancell, Miruki from Kenya, and Morowe. That's about the bunch, 5 of them, and that's what we've predicted. We're going to see just about those, and that line starting to really now thin as time goes.
And just to give an estimation of the pace of how fast these women are running in front, the 6th place athlete, Seba from Ethiopia, is already 35 seconds off the pace going through 5 kilometers, but she is still on course to break Evette Fancell's women's only world record. So she's on a projected tempo of 3:03 finish time. So these ladies really going out for it today. And it's nice to see, 130,000 Rand for the first prize, and of course the 150,000 Rand bonus for a new world record. We saw those 2 new world records being set last year, and before the starter's pistol was even fired for this year's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, the race set more records when the World Athletics announced that the race was given a purple elite label. So that's putting it on par with some of the major major city marathon, international city marathons around the world. And in only its second year, fantastic achievement, Imlu, for an event that is the only and first ultramarathon in the world to receive that status.
Yeah, isn't it lovely that not only IAU that is given that, and it's also World Athletics, which is now getting that credible recognition in only its second year. So we keep raving on about it, and then I wonder in the third year or at the end of this race, and how much more will that, in terms of getting that higher recognition that we're looking for, especially here in South Africa, and Gqeberha making that mark early doors here. And thanks to Nedbank, of course, for this initiative. Also looking forward to see how many of these athletes are born of this kind of competitions. I mean, going to the first one in May 2021, Magawane was the man and the record that everyone was gunning for, and Negasa just obliterated it astonishingly.
Yeah, beautiful shot there of the Marine Drive where we are based here in Gqeberha. And it's a pack of 4 ladies right now with Patience Moroe, the lone Zimbabwean athlete in the colours of Nedbank Running Club, around 20 metres off the pace. So I wouldn't say that she's struggling. I think that could be more a pre-race tactic that, this pace is too fast for me. I want to just hold back a little bit. But as we mentioned earlier there, through 5 kilometers, projected finish of 2 hours, 57 minutes and 30 seconds, that will obliterate the women's only world record, but also obliterate the women's mixed race record, which is held by Des Linden, former Boston Marathon winner.
You're shaving that by what, 6 or so? Yeah, as you said, but it's still early doors. But we'll have to wait and see on whether that pace is sustainable. Of course it should, and especially with Fancell, who's quite familiar with these conditions. And of course, she is not alone. There's also Taggart behind her in that group of 4. How long will that go? Only time will tell. And we'll probably get the sort of feel about it, at about 10 kilometers mark. I think that's where we'll be able to see if they'll be able to.
Yeah, definitely through the 10K we'll get a better estimation to see if that first 5 kilometer was too fast or not. But they look like they are settling down into a nice rhythm. Metronomic pacing, brilliant pacing job being done so far by Stella Marais. She still will have that marathon in her legs. 2 weeks back, she obliterated her marathon personal best, running a time of 2:38 when she took victory in the Peninsula Marathon. But just in terms of other athletes in the field as well, we mentioned Seba, who was 35 seconds off the pace from Ethiopia, although still on world record pace for a women's only race. Zintle Shabalala, who was top 10 here last year, the South African, went through the 5 kilometer mark in 18:29, so that's also a 3:04:31 projected finish for her. We had Loveness Madziva, the athlete in the colours of Hollywood Bets from Zimbabwe, coming through in 8th. Chibore, one of the pre-race favourites from the Kenyans, already a minute down through 5 kilometers, so not living up to her pre-race expectations. And then, of course, the local hero, Ntombisinthi Mfunzi, coming through in 10th position through the first 5 kilometer mark.
Quite a fascinating story of having gone through ordeal that you wouldn't wish for anyone, but being able to overcome that and write her own story. She's got a book out called Yoyisa, which means victory, and she's in that top 10, and she'll be hoping to do well this year. Of course, she couldn't finish last year because of injuries that she encountered midway, I think around about 33 mark.
Yeah, so unfortunately last year she picked up an injury in this very race. And it actually was a problem behind the knee, which restricted her leg movement. So she told me when I spoke to her yesterday that she's never ever bailed a race in her life. She would rather walk through to the finish, but she couldn't even walk. It basically stopped her in her tracks. She's overcome that. She's had a change of coach as well. She's now coached by Kolani Mabida, who's the same coach of Zintle Shabalala, and some very interesting men that we'll be seeing in the men's race, which will be starting in less than 5 minutes from now. So Great to see Mfunzi back here, and as you say, Imlu, you know, overcoming huge obstacles in life where many others would have quit, but she's still here. She's at the top of her game and running well so far.
Good to see a little stumble there. Of course, we're always going to see that, and it's nice to be able to be in a position to be able to pick up your water bottle there. But a few athletes there just having a little stumble. I think Mariki was one of them, and so was Bosho. Just steely determination in trying to follow the first two, Stella Murray and Evette Fancell, and keeping up the pace. But you're just a little body language that you can pick up there. It's just a little struggle to try and get into the rhythm of those first two.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Mariki and Bosho just behind there. Mariki, as I mentioned earlier, running her third race of this year. She finished in the Dakar Marathon in Bangladesh. She was fourth in January, running a time of 2:38.22. And then last month in the very tough Lagos Marathon, she finished 11th. Quite some distance off her PB. She ran 2:46 there. Although Lagos is a city where you don't go there to run fast times. It's all about finishing in the top 10 and getting some good prize money. But those races will definitely be in her legs, just as the Peninsula Marathon will still be in Stella Murray's legs. But fortunately for her, she's only got a task of going up to, I think she said 25 kilometers into this year's race. Whereas Evette last year, as you mentioned, was a pacemaker, was tasked to go to 30 kilometers. And when she got there, felt really good and decided to go all the way. As per Nick Bester, she was very happy and she became a world record holder.
And I always thought, less than 3 minutes we'll be seeing men's lining up for the start as well. You're talking about paces. Melika Franz, the local lead, who's also among those, definitely is not going to finish that, I'm quite sure.
Well, beautiful shots there of the athletes making their way back towards the start-finish venue where we are on Marine Drive in Gqeberha, and beautiful, beautiful shots here of the athletes making their way towards 10 kilometer in the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometers. Or overhead shot there of the start-finish venue, and it's up to the men now, Imlu. We've seen the women go off at that world record pace. Of course, a bigger field. We've got 61 men, in total that have registered and come to collect their numbers. Unfortunately, a lot of withdrawals in race week due to injuries and also some visa problems from some of the Kenyans. But even without those names here, we have a super class field assembled here today.
Yeah, we can see the paces there, and we spoke about Melika Franz up in front, all smiles, and looking forward to yet another encounter, grueling encounter for all of those who are looking to get the records going here. We've seen the pace and the gusto of how the women started, and they line up.
Yeah, your pacemakers there in the front on the left-hand side of the picture. We saw Alec Riddle, one of our co-presenters down there, and his son there, Jamie. And quite interesting to see that on his right-hand side, so on the left-hand side of the picture with the 45 category tag, that is Mabutile Lebopo from Nedbank Running Club in Lesotho, former 2 Oceans Marathon winner. I think definitely in contention today to break a 45 world best time. And funny enough, yesterday when we were sitting down in the foyer with Alec, Mabutile came past and he said to Alec, where's Jamie? And he was talking about a training camp from 20 years ago where Jamie was only 2 years old, handing him his water bottles during a long run. And here he is now standing next to him on the start line of a world elite label race.
We're about to get underway. Everyone sit. All excitement, nervous energy to get this running. The second edition, of course. Here we go.
And they are underway. Melikaya France in the black vest there with the Nike, local athlete from Gqeberha, running in the colours of Ikamva. His coach, Marco Lambambani, very big, assistant to the race himself, very involved with the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, and doing great work with the local athletes here.
Yeah, Eastern Province Athletics Male Athlete of the Year, Melikai France, a week or two ago, getting that award. In fact, it was last week with Mavisan Jolie, the female athlete of the year. So Melikai France, of course, got a very congested season, and he's definitely not going to finish his looking for 25, 30, and then get out of the way. I think that's about enough. Going for that 20. We're going to see that slog again, and expect Negasa to be looking to improve his record as well. There is Jamie Riddle among those pacers up front as well. He, at the Olympics, was looking to also take part, and the injury which affected some of the athletes for South Africa, he was next in line.
Yeah, Jamie Riddle, a very good triathlete in his own right. And yeah, as you mentioned there, if it wasn't for some athletes getting injured that happened there at the Olympic Games, then Jamie himself could have called himself an Olympian. But he's still very young, 22 years old, yeah. So bright future ahead of him, and perhaps you'll be seeing him come 2024 in Paris.
Heading towards the university, of course, they looking to make not first 10, but it's still a long way. We're going to keep an eye on those waves, of course. Mutibi just alerted us into that, but I don't think you're going to get buffeting wind, which could affect the results of this, and especially with the record in line for the athletes.
Well, just over 2 minutes into the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers, a 50-kilometer, and a very small bunch compared to what we saw last year, when the guys had probably around 30 to 40 athletes in that lead bunch. But the pace being set by Melikaya, Jamie Riddle himself, and then on the far right-hand side of the picture, in the colours of Nedbank Running Club, Matthews Lito himself, 29:26 over 10 kilometres. So this pace will be very, very comfortable for him. But as we look there, beautiful graphic of the continental records. Of course, the African record is also the world record, 2:42:07. The Asian continental record, 2:51:27. European record 2:47:42, which we do have some athletes that will be going for that today, and then the North America, Oceania, and South America record. And Mosibodi joining us back in commentary. How do you think the women's race has gone so far, as we've just seen the men start?
Quite impressed with the start of the women's race. Thank you, Kuan Walker. Thank you, Mluleki Ntsabo. It is the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer world record attempt. Hopefully another one this year. And as you mentioned, checking out the splits for the women's race who are still on, that 3:34-kilometer start impressed, as Stella Maria continues to lead them heading towards the 10-kilometer mark. For the men here, as you mentioned, Kuan Walker, we've got Melikai France and the young Mr. Riddle setting out the pacemaking duties, but I don't see paying close attention the man himself, who has also been a pacemaker in the past. That's what makes Stephen Mokoka such a dangerous candidate, such a dangerous customer. You'll remember that when Ilyad Kipchoge first went for his sub-2-hour run in Italy in Monza, one of the pacemakers on that day was Stephen Mokoka. So he understands pacing duties quite well. And if we don't see him here up front going with the early pace, what does that mean? Perhaps too quick, or he's not interested at this early stage?
Yeah, I think it's still very, very early into the race, and of course Mokoka making his debut. You know, the guys run 2:07 for marathon. He's got 59:36 over the half marathon. That's a South African record. 27:38 over 10 kilometer, also a South African record. So I think it's still very, very early to tell, as the guys are making their way towards the first 2.5 kilometer turn point. But the Frenchman running very comfortably there, and he only, and I say only, but only has a 2:20 marathon PB. But I think the guys will start to come through now as we see Ketema, Negasa, the current world record holder, making his way towards the front. And I think the gap will start to slowly come down. They've got 50 kilometers to do it, and no point in rushing right now in the beginning.
Correct, and we also saw the face there of Philemon Matiba, Munna wa Tembisa, who is also here to have a stab at that 130,000 Rand for the first prize, and of course 150,000 Rand for breaking that world record. A man who is a sub 220 performer over the standard marathon distance, and will keep you informed and alert you to that marathon mark when we pass it, because that will also be of interest for various other records, and some of them, of course, being local and provincial. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. We're coming to you here live on Supersport with the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer run, and of course Supersport being the new home of South African athletics, thanks to an announcement earlier this week. So ultramarathons galore to come here, and of course Nedbank, having been a very, very good supporter of South African road running for many a year. Great to see this coming to you right here on the World of Champions, where every moment is captured in motion. Now they're heading towards the turn there, and as it was with the ladies, given where they started kind of halfway in the middle, the turn means that they've run 2.5 kilometers, and 2.5 kilometers in 6 minutes 40 means that they are pretty much not bad, right on course for as we try and attempt that world record.
Well, the athletes, they're making that first turn as they make their way back towards the start-finish venue. And just in terms of the women's race, Stella Marais is still out in front with the three athletes, Bolshaw, Meruki and Evette Fancell in tow. They went through the 10-kilometer mark in 35:52, so a little bit slower than that first opening 5 kilometer. And perhaps, just as we see in the men's race, that first 5 kilometer will be quite quicker than the rest, but still a projected tempo of 2:59.11 in the women's race. So Mosibodi definitely on course still to smash Evette Fancell's 3:04. But the case will be who will be first across the line. Yeah,
and I think interestingly enough, in that women's race, as we get an opportunity to watch both races at the same time, is that lead bunch there with the three athletes running behind the pacemaker Stella Marais, and they now have 20 seconds on Patience Murue, who's running pretty much alone, the Zimbabwean, and then it's another minute back to Loveness Madziva and Zinhle Shabalala, who are running together. So Patience Murue is in no man's land already. We can't see her on screen, so it means that these three, with the pacemaker Stella Marais, these four are going away from the rest of the field. In the men's, you see Alec Riddle there, and his vest will remind some people who are asking about the athlete who performed ever so well last year, where he is here. Nsindiso Mpagati, they call him Utata, running in the colors of Ntsiga. He has been focusing on another race, and so hasn't been part of the Nedbank Runified this time around. But you remember that it was him, it was Jonas Machela, who's back here again, and it was Ketema, Bekele, Negasa, those three who took it out in the latter stages of the race. So this year we have two of the three protagonists back, and there's young Riddle as well. They pushing the pace along.
And you can see that Ketema, Bekele, Negasa, the current world record holder, was instrumental in closing that gap as they made their way towards that first 2.5 kilometer turn point. And the athletes now in a big bunch. All the main protagonists are there, led by Melikaya France, who looks like he's just out on a Sunday long run, which technically it is for him today.
Well, you'll know that he also paced a marathon at the end of last year. Of course, he helped pace Evette Fancell to a 2:30 marathon, and there they go past each other. That is always a beautiful shot, and as they keep going past each other, they will keep going past each other earlier as the men close on the women, and eventually we're expecting them to finish just a few minutes apart towards the end of the race.
Yeah, the 30-minute start difference from the women's race and the men's race. We expect to see the men coming through around about 10 to 15 minutes behind the First Lady. So it's going to be an exciting finish here on Marine Drive. Both races at this stage on world record pace, and that is what we are here today to see, is that world record. But a big bunch of athletes. I must give a shout out to the man with the gold hair and sunglasses on his head. That is Xolisa Ndlombini, a local athlete from Gqeberha, and I would say a very popular athlete as well. We hosted a podcast earlier this week, and he was telling us that the guys must be ready for him this year. He's going to sit there for 50 kilometers and then he's going to unleash his kick. So I'm hoping that Xolisa is not running too far out of his socks at the moment, and that when he does get to 40 kilometers, he's still going to have that kick.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a job to try and outkick Tepe, a man who is known for his incredible finishing speed. But isn't it beautiful to watch all the different characters? And I've seen some quite fancy haircuts. And if you are there watching at home, see if you can try and spot them. I saw one athlete who had cut the swoosh into his head. So lots of people trying to add a little bit of fun and enjoyment, and I love the hairstyle there. So it's what running is all about, and it's good to see some wonderful characters here as well. Another wonderful character, you can't tell much from his running, but Melikaya France is one of those quite lively and energetic fellows. When you sit down and chat to him, he's got a lot to say, and he really is in fabulous form in 2021, 2022. And I think what's important, one thing to watch out for later in the race, we saw it last year during the Cape Town Marathon, when he and Mukoka were talking the whole way through the marathon. Then his coach, Bramaik Mbambani, had asked Mukoka to help Melikaya France try and qualify for the World Championships. Eventually he did, by a matter of seconds, but it was Mukoka who was telling him what to do. Hey, run a bit closer, kept on pointing to the shortest line. So as the race progresses, the two expect them to get quite closer as Mukoka makes his way up the field, and hopefully be talking. You'll see it as the race unfolds there, as they come back towards the 5 kilometer mark.
Yeah, Melikaya France in that Cape Town Marathon last year, running 2:11:28, an automatic qualifier for the World Athletics Championships later this year in July, which will take place in Oregon. So Mokoka and France guaranteed selection for that South African team. And I did ask the question yesterday to Melikaya, if when he gets to 35 kilometers where he is supposed to stop, the chances between 0 to 100 of him continuing if he feels good, and he just said outright, it's 0. I have a bigger plan together with my coach Mark Mbambani, and World Champs is the goal, and not a 50 kilometer. So an athlete who has his head on his shoulders, he knows what he wants, and as you said, it's not about today, it's about tomorrow. So working towards a great plan there. But the lone Frenchman in the field there, Guillaume Ruel, very young guy as well, 24 years of age. Only has a 2:20 marathon PB, but it's his half marathon PB of a 65:20, which indicates that he could go around 2:14, 2:15 for that marathon. But equally impressive, and the stat that definitely stands out, is his 100 kilometer time, 6 hours 42 minutes. And I asked him if he's going to be coming out for the Comrades this year, and he said no, because the World 100 kilometer championships is over the same weekend. So he's definitely going to be coming out for it next year. But right now, Mosibodi looking very, very relaxed as we're going to make our way down to the road where Alec Riddle is waiting to see the athletes come past the next refreshment station.
Down at the start, we've seen the runners come past once or twice, but with me right now, we got Kenzie Nabanda, the National Group Executive for Marketing and Corporate Affairs at Nedbank. That's a big title. And Kenzie, this is a big race. Your impressions so far?
My goodness, the vibe is amazing. I didn't come last year, so this is actually my first time experiencing the Breaking Barriers race. It's just such a fantastic vibe. Gqeberha is beautiful. It's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day, but let's talk about Nedbank. They've been involved in road running for decades now. And the passion for road running from Nedbank?
For us, it's actually a special sport. What we love about it is that actually anyone can do it, young, old, it doesn't matter. And that's what makes it important for us. We've been partnering with Nick Bester for so many years, and it's a partnership that we hope to continue with. I love, just because running helps people in so many ways, mentally, physically. So for us, it's really something special, and it's a partnership we want to continue to do.
And this Runified series, I mean, you know, that started during COVID. Absolutely fantastic. Tell us a little bit about that.
Runified for us was actually, I call it genius now, right, when I think about it. But if you think about at that time when COVID hit, there was no races. And a lot of people, if you think about what they were going through, something like running actually was something to help them get through COVID. So when we started Runified, which was basically saying to people, you can run on your own in your homes if you've got a treadmill. And at the time, obviously, the government was allowing people to run outside, but you would then track your race on Strava. We then went on to create literally the largest virtual running club on the continent, which is fantastic. Coming from, I guess, something that was a pandemic, something really positive came out of it. We saw people starting to run for the first time. We saw people breaking their own personal records. And it was also lovely to see runners, professional runners, interacting with amateur runners on the Runified Strava platform. So for us, really, like looking back, actually, it was just a fantastic activation for the brand.
It was fantastic. I think you also won a national award for that. But tell us now about the Green Ribbon.
The Green Ribbon is a continuation for us. We've basically partnered with SADC, which is a South African Depression and Anxiety Group. As I said, and if you think about through COVID, it was just like a really good example of how running can help people deal with a lot of sort of their, mental issues. It helps because physical activity does help you through that. So for us, partnering with SADC just makes sense, where we really want to just send the message that, mental illness is very real, but you can be able to work through it, and physical activity, including running, is one of the ways to be able to manage that.
Thanks very much. And also, 284,000 participants in the Runified series last year. So that was the one end. The other end, you got 2 world records. Hoping for more today?
Oh my goodness, I'm really hoping that we break it. I mean, last year I remember saying to Nick, are we going to break? And he said, he actually said to me, Kenzie, on the women's side, definitely. That's what he said to me last year. And then we broke both. So this year, I'm really hoping we can break at least one of them. I think Evette, like she's quite, I think she'll break maybe the women's one. So yeah, crossing fingers.
That's super. That's Kenzie Nabanda from Nedbank. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the day with us here in the city.
Thank you.
Love the energy there from Kensani Nobanda of Nedbank. And really the Nedbank Runified, what started out as a virtual series, has been an unbridled success. You heard 284,000 participants, 70% female participation. They're looking to grow that to over 285,000 in 2022. It makes it Africa's largest virtual running club, and I think its presence, its footprint on the continent, with many an athlete in East Africa and here in South Africa, across Southern Africa really, makes it probably one of the biggest and most loved and respected running clubs on the continent. We're back again here with the men's race at the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon. And just before we heard from Nedbank's Kenzie Nobanda, you will have seen the numbers on the water tables. There's numbers 1, 2, 3, and so on. Well, those numbers, if you watch closely, correspond to the last digit on their race bib. So that's how you know who is supposed to go to which table. As we watch the men now taking on, heading towards the 10-kilometer mark, the 5 and 10-kilometer mark, with young Mr. Riddle in the colors of Ntsiga leading the pace there.
So the men actually have gone off quite considerably slower than the women's race that had gone earlier, 16:39 for that first 5 kilometer split. So that was 3:20 per kilometer, going towards a 2:42:30 projected finish. So just off the current world record. But, these guys have bucket loads of speed. We've got Edward Mutibi, fresh off his 2:13 marathon PB. Stephen Mokoka, 2:10:01 victory, in which I also called a Sunday jog. It's literally like he just ran with the guys.
You saw him, right? He was in complete control.
Complete control, just running with the guys and then unleashing that famous Stephen Mokoka kick. And I wonder if we're going to see the same thing today. But remember last year, Ketema Bekele Negasa did the same thing. He ran with the guys, and with a kilometer to go, it was almost as if he had just started a 1500 meter race and obliterated the field to not only take the victory but the world record. But beautiful split screen there. The women just over 50 minutes into their running. Stella Marais still setting a fantastic pace there, and still the three ladies in tow.
Yeah, still the three ladies in tow. And in the men's race, as you mentioned, Kieran, going off a little bit slower, you also mentioned with Mluleki Ntsabo, I beg your pardon, the fact that Ilyad Kipchoge ran ever so well in Tokyo. Well, one of his world records was negative split. And negative split, meaning that the second half faster than the first half. And perhaps given the slightly conservative start here, and given the pedigree of some of the athletes in the starting lineup, well, it means that we could possibly see a negative split, a faster second half as they attack that world record.
Yeah, Jamie Riddle in the colours of Benfica there as they make their way towards the 7.5 kilometre mark, because they'll be making that turn to come back towards the start finish. The women just about to go through the 15 kilometre mark, so once they get through that checkpoint, we can give you a better indication of the pace that they are running. We saw that very fast first 5 kilometre. The men settling into a much more comfortable rhythm here. You've still got your three pacemakers, Jamie Riddle, Melikaya France, and Matthews Leto, as the women make their way past the next water station. And as you mentioned earlier, Mosibodi, very important to get that hydration in. Mm-hmm. We see Evette there with the bottle. It looked like she had missed the first bottle earlier on, but she's looking still great at this stage.
Correct. And of course, there's a drinks station for personal bottles, and then there's also a station for general drinks where you can grab whatever you like, your water, but they will all have, as you mentioned, that silver bullet, that mixture of theirs. And there are all sorts of tales and fables going back over the years of distance running, where some athletes favored a mixture of honey and Coke, and others will have different mixtures. Nowadays, of course, far more scientific, with a very closely calibrated mixtures of electrolytes, water, and so forth, to make sure that you get just the right mix of sugars, protein, and of course hydration to keep you fueled throughout the race. Now, this is quite impressive, the way that Stella Marais has kept this pace going. She recently ran just a shade over 16 minutes for 5,000 meters on the track. So she has been well prepared, including that marathon PB, to set the pace here for this women's only world record attempt. Now, there we go. Interesting, as the men take the turn there, which is the tighter of the two turns. You saw Melikaya France just directing traffic, moving slightly wider, so that he could let some of the runners pass him on the inside. So it shows that he's given the pacemaking some good thought there.
Definitely brilliant display there from Melikaya. As you mentioned earlier, with the pacemaking, a very, very not easy job at all, as we saw him directing the athletes just to follow the shortest line. Already two distinctive packs that we are seeing now, and Stephen Mokoka in the colours of a Boxer Running Club, wearing his t-shirt. And we joked with him yesterday, Mosibodi, that this pace would be so relaxed. Would he wear his jacket and his long tights? And he said, no, it's not that easy for him. As we see some more of the athletes, this is Marco Mumbo now making the turn. Already, Mosibodi, 50 years of age. Remarkable athlete who just does not slow down. Yeah, exactly. And these are the some of the guys who've kept fit over the years. Also in the field is Mike Fagaroni with that distinctive running style. And you'll remember that he was 11th at the 2008 Olympic Games back in Beijing. So that's quite a while, and it speaks to his longevity, who's around about 45 years of age now. So the ultramarathons, of course, offer an opportunity for some of the older runners to really come to the fore. And as you speak about Fagaroni, there he is up front in the lead bunch. Wonderful to watch as some of the older runners give this one a good shot. Bouncing up on his toes is Melikaya France, and looks like he's leading them well as they catch it up slightly. It is the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon race, hoping for a world record.
right here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality.
Well, that group still getting a little bit bigger, as we'll see. I think, you know, as the athletes, Mosibodi, make their way through the 10-kilometer splits, I think the likes of Mokoka, Ketema, Bekele, Negasa, and Co will then slowly close that pack and run a little bit more together in a bunch. But the men running literally just on world record tempo, they haven't gone out too fast. As you see Melikaya telling the guys, just slow down a little bit. If you want to come to the front, it's fine. Just don't pick the pace up. So brilliant pacemaking here by Melikaya. As you mentioned last year in the N1 City Marathon here in Gqeberha, he helped Evette Fancell to that 2:35 marathon time. But the women have gone through the 15-kilometer checkpoint, 54:02 through the 15 kilometer. So a projected finish of 3 hours and 2 seconds, which would put them 4 minutes inside Evette Fancell's women's only 50-kilometer world record. So currently, the race is achieving what it's set out to do.
Yeah, currently it's looking quite positive there as we try and get 2 world records here out in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. And in the men's race, as they attempt to hit that world record, we're just watching some of the pacemaking duties being taken out. And what's interesting, Q, and you mentioned Stephen Mokoka running in a t-shirt, possibly running in a jacket. The question that many will have is that, what is it like to step up from 42 kilometers to your first ultra distance race, which is what Stephen Mokoka is doing? Has he got much experience running beyond the 42 kilometer mark? And I know that you know quite a little bit about his training. Will he have done a 50 kilometer training run?
Well, beautiful shot there of the men's leaders in the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer. And, you know, as you were mentioning there, Mosibodi, Mokoka is making his debut today. Although it is an ultra marathon, I always say it's only 7.8 kilometers further than the marathon distance. So it's more a case of, you know, just doing that marathon training, but perhaps upping the tempo in your long runs, adding a bit of speed endurance to it. But I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for the likes of Stephen Mokoka. But, you know, although when we did chat to him yesterday and we said those exact things, he said anything can happen in that last 7 kilometers.
Yeah.
So a wise man, although he hasn't run an ultra, he's coming in with ultra marathon experience on his head. And
he has done some 50 kilometer long runs. He does those out in his training base in the north of the country, up there, Kutshwane. We saw Melikaya France. He's quite a popular figure in this part of the world, but as we watch the ladies race, impressed with the way things are going now?
Especially with the ladies and the way they started, Mosi. And I think that tempo, as we're talking about, it's still within the realms of trying to break that record and maybe slash it way better as well. Evette Fancell looking as fit and fresh as you can see, and just under an hour at the moment. And there's that prediction once again. We're still within that, around about 4 minutes, maybe 5. It'll probably get better as Stella Murray is leading that as a pacer as well. We're going back to Melikaya Francis you were talking about, and I wonder, now roles have been reversed with Melikaya Francis pacer and the lead, and there is Stephen Mokoka, his first ultra. I wonder what would be the communication this time around. The wiser and experienced runner up against, or not up against, but being led by this newbie and someone who's still fresh, but knowing the conditions of what's happening there. Interesting that Luyanda Changana, who's also from Ikamva, is around about there in terms of that bunch as well. And I wonder if he's feeling that probably he can match them up and maybe getting a top 10 there in the end.
That would be a wonderful finish for the Ikamva club, and that's something that would make the manager, Mike Mbambane, quite happy there. Looking at the 4 women here, it's amazing how women's running, Q1 Walker, has been transformed over the last 5 years. We have seen now a 10-kilometer by women, 29:14, and it really has grown in leaps and bounds. If we were sitting in this commentary booth 6 years ago and talking about a half marathon, we would have said anything under 70 minutes would be a world-class performance. Now things have changed quite a bit. So does it mean that those who are running 34 minutes will now have to run in the ultras? That's a question we'll have to answer after hearing from Stella Marais and how she's looking forward to performing today.
Ek het 2 weke terug 'n marathon, my PB marathon gehardloop. So Nick het my gevra om te kom pace en te help dat hulle die wêreldrekord breek. So my eerste opdrag is om 25 kg te hardloop en hulle het vir my gesê die pas wat ek moet hardloop. So dit is definitief dis 'n vinnige pas, maar ek voel voorbereid vir dit. Ek het definitief langer werk gedoen vir my voorbereiding vir die marathon. So ek voel gereed en reg vir dit. As ek goed voel, sal ek aanhou hardloop, anders hardloop ek 25 kg om te help vir die wêreldrekord. Ja, dis my eerste keer wat ek pace. Ja, so dis baie anders. Ja, ek Irvette sê dit was vir haar minder stresvol, ek voel is meer stresvol want nou het ek 'n verantwoordelikheid teenoor iemand anders en ek kan nie net vir myself hardloop en ek moet nou pas hardloop. Dis baie opwindend, dis definitief 'n hele nuwe ervaring, is baie lekker en dit is baie ek's opgewonde vir die reis en om deel te wees van iets regtig cool en exciting en ek het al halfmarathon baie hierso gehardloop, die Nelson Mandela 21K wat altyd die SA Champs is, dit al baie gehardloop. Ook baie atletiek ook altyd hier gehardloop in PB. So ek het al baie PB's gehardloop, my 1500 PB is ook in Gebeka en so nee, ek hou baie daarvan om hierso te hardloop. Ek voel dit is soos die perfekte weer. Ek het nog net 1 keer wind gehad. So ek het nog altyd goeie lucky gehad.
With us here in Gqeberha, you heard her saying that she's always had good weather whenever she's run in this part of the world, saying that her personal best from 1500 meters and even others have been set in this very city, and so she enjoys running here. Her first time pacing, she was asked by Nick Bester to come and pace, and she says she's enjoying it. And as we were talking about it, Q1 Walker, Stella Marais having set that 2:38 marathon personal best, we saw a 2:16 victory in Tokyo this morning from Brigid Kosgei. Women's running transformed. What does it mean for South African athletes who would have been performing maybe at that 33-minute mark for 10 kilometers? Does it mean we'll see more South African women moving towards the ultra marathons where perhaps you have a better chance of being an elite world-class performer?
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing an upwards trend in women's running, especially in South Africa as well. Sean Oldknow, she's known as Mrs. PB. She runs a PB literally every time she puts her shoes on, which was just the same case as Gerda Steyn, breaking a long-standing South African marathon record. Evette herself running 2:28 last year, and Ashworth 2:34 low in the marathon. So
Taylor Kavanagh running 32 low.
Definitely Taylor Kavanagh, that 32-minute 10K victory when she took the SA title, and just last week running 32:54 off no specific training. So Taylor definitely is the future of running in the country for women's running. But better coaching, better shoes as well, better training methods, and the ladies are running. The money is there to incentivize them to run the fast times, and they are coming to the party.
Yeah, and we hope to see those wonderful performances also coming to South Africa. Now we're back with the men's race, and there is the European record that we're looking at. The Frenchman running in the colours of Nedbank. He's the tall figure there. Ruel is how he introduced himself to us, and he says that he believes he can set a new European 50-kilometer world record. He has hung in there with the pace right from the beginning, but it's interesting to see some lesser-known athletes like Leto Matthews coming in there and hanging on with the pace.
So that 32:35 through 10 kilometer, a suggested finish time of 2:42:51. So just a little bit behind world record tempo, but they can pick that up. But yesterday we had the pleasure of speaking to Ghulam Riddle, and let's see what he had to say about today's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer.
Definitely yes, it's the first part of the season. The main goal was the 50k tomorrow. And for the second part of the season will be the World Champs in Berlin for the 100k. So the 100k is the main goal of the season. I arrived Thursday, and it's quite warm, a bit windy. The wind is not a problem for me, but the warm can be a problem because in France it's 5-10 degrees. But I did many trainings on the treadmill to get warm and to be ready for tomorrow.
Okay.
I saw the last year race, and I really wanted to race this year because to break the European record and the national record. So it's the most popular race of 50k, and Europe there is no many races on 50k. So this race is the best to perform and do a massive performance.
Merci beaucoup, and we look forward to a splendid run from this young man. Of course, these pictures going around the world, so wherever you're joining us from, welcome and thank you for being part of the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon. Ruel watched it on TV and then saw it and decided that he must be part of it. And en route, we have Ilyad Riddle, who's got more for us.
Testing 1, 2. Right, we're out here on the road heading towards the Humid Golf Club. A little bit of separation here between the leading group of 10 or 12. And what's noticeable, I'm pedaling at the back here with a group that contains Jonas, last year's runner-up, Edward Mutibi, Stephen Mapoka. They're all about 20 meters back and looking quite comfortable, quite content to sit here, just out of the little bit of surging going on. It does seem to be a little bit bumpy. I think Malachi fronts, Jamie Riddle trying to keep it quite steady, but with the wind, so the weather conditions quite breezy out here, I must say. But as I have mentioned earlier, a slight headwind or a slight wind is sometimes better than no wind, because there is an energy cost to displacing still air. So if you have to run into a headwind, what you find is that you are displacing the same amount of energy, but when you get the tailwind, you get a bit of an advantage. So I don't see this wind, which is probably 10 knots, maybe gusting to 12, 14. I don't see it as too much of a problem. Doesn't seem to be hampering the runners, but certainly the main protagonists, or some of the main protagonists, are sitting about 20 meters back, and that's very interesting. We'll keep an eye on those. Let's get back to the commentators.
Yeah, it looked like he's having fun on that e-bike, Ilyad Riddle. Not doing much pedaling there, Ilyad, because we can hear the drone of the e-bike underneath you. So yeah, enjoying that run. Looking, one thing about, he mentions Jonas Machele, and Tate Machele, who last year did this run when he came in under the world record but finished as the runner-up in the colours of Waterfall. He was doing most of his speed work out at the Johannesburg Stadium, joining Hendrik Ramala's group, and he was trying to keep pace with some of those young speedsters there, the SA 10-kilometer champion Precious Machele, as well as youngsters like Maxime Chomaton and Nicolas Siposengwe. So those are the guys who kept him speedy and sharp. And just a few weeks ago, he ran 15:33 at altitude for 5,000 meters, did Jonas Machele, under the instruction of his coach there, George Gundry. So he believes that he will have enough speed to tackle the world record. And of course, he built up his endurance, he said, over a nice training block of endurance work during November and December. So if he's running with Mukoka, possibly they know exactly what they're doing, and we can expect them to pick up other runners as we get into the business end of this race.
Definitely, as the athletes now are making their way towards the 12.5 kilometer mark in the men's race. And as we mentioned earlier, once they went through the 10 kilometer, that's where you would see Ketema, Bekele, Negasa, the likes of Stephen Mokoka slowly close that gap, which they have now. Mokoka really just biding his time now. It's still very early in the race, and he's basically out there just taking close proceedings of the race. You don't want to, obviously spend too much energy in the beginning section, but a huge bunch of the Nedbank Green Dream Team athletes in the picture right now. Ketema, Bekele, Negasa, right there in front. The front Ethiopian, Worku Deres Churchill, who ran his marathon PB. That's him there just on the left of the screen, 2:13 in Rotterdam last year, finishing only 12th. So quite a big difference there in the big city international marathons.
Correct.
But back to the ladies race. And that is now Patience Morowe, the Zimbabwean athlete who's closed that gap.
Yeah, she's
and is
come
now
back.
together.
Yeah, she's come back. She's closed this gap of about 20 seconds. She was down on the lead group, and good to see her working back up. It also means that they have slowed slightly. Now, what you want to watch for here is the beads of sweat which begin to trickle down the back, shoulders and neck. Perhaps not there 20 minutes ago, will now begin to show more. And you'll see that Stella Maria seems to be taking a little bit of strain. And how do you know that? Well, watch the gait. Perhaps the gait shortens slightly, and then also the sweat and the opening of the mouth. Meaning that you're breathing through your mouth and not your nose, and that shows that the fatigue beginning to set in slightly. So looks like Stella is beginning to take a little bit of strain, and we're seeing now the runners in the race proper pushing ahead because they don't want the tempo to slack.
Yeah, that is quite telling. I think we'll start to see the ladies start to push on now. Stella definitely, obviously feeling that marathon still in her legs from 2 weeks ago. The interesting statistic there, Mosibodi, was that Patience Morowe through the 15 kilometer mark, bear in mind they are nearing the 20k mark now. So 5 kilometers ago, Patience was 31 seconds behind. So to close 31 seconds over 5 kilometer, you have to be really, really running hard, or the pace in the front has slowed down. So the next split as we get through in 20 kilometers will be the telltale to see what that gap from 15 to 20 was. But Evette still looking very good. Stella making her way back to the front, but you can see even the leg turnover not as high as it was before.
The cadence, correct.
The pace has definitely slowed down in the women's race.
Yeah, pace slowing in the women's race. And the question is, if you go out here for a Sunday jog on this Sunday morning, when will you begin to feel the strain along the promenade? Now, what you want to do is watch the athletes. Now, especially for the ladies, they'll be wearing the vests that are open on the back and shoulders, which allow the airflow. So sometimes watch the legs, as you'll see on the men here, and the shorts and the tights get quite wet. And if you see them getting quite wet, you know that they're sweating quite a lot. Now, the Ethiopian running with a t-shirt underneath is also a signal of perhaps a more comfortable athlete with the weather conditions, because they will then a lot of the times run with a t-shirt underneath because they are fairly comfortable with the heat. If you got those splits for us, Kuhn.
Yeah, so the ladies just threw 20 kilometer, and that was a very considerable drop in pace. Between 15 to 20 kilometer, they averaged 3:46 per kilometer there for that lead bunch. So that is why Patience Morowe was able to close that 31-second gap. So the tempo, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 51 seconds through that 20 kilometer mark, on pace for a 3:02.09 projected finish. So still under the world record tempo of Evette Fancell, that 3:04 that they'll be aiming for, but they can't carry on like this. They really need to take a closer look at proceedings, and although it is still early in the race, they can't start to lose too much time now.
Stella Maria is listening to you, Kuan Walker, because as you say that, like her hair, she springs to the front, as she takes over the lead there now and starts to once again pay close attention to the pace. She's checking out her watch. When you're here jogging along the beachfront, enjoying the wonderful scenery, perhaps it's easy to forget that this is a world-class and very fast event. But it's wonderful to see the kind of conditions that we have this morning, and that we are still within that world record pace.
Yeah, and I think it's changed, as Kieran has said, and you also have highlighted, perhaps a little indication and a concern with that considerable drop of pace. Here's a question for you, lads, and maybe you might be thinking that it is possible. Would that be from instructions, maybe, to try and alert the pacer to drop it a bit for a little while, or do you think it would be up to the pacer? I'm talking about ladies now, to really get the skates on, or maybe drop it a little bit. Where is that in terms of the direction and the lead?
Yeah, personally, I think you know, it's one thing setting the pace, but you know, Evette Fancell and her compatriots are obviously looking at an athlete like Stella Marais to set the pace, so they won't want to look at their watches all the time. It's very easy in that 5K section to just completely fall off the pace and not pay attention to the pace that you're running. Of course, you know, world records are what the athletes are attempting today, but a win as well is more importantly. I always say records are always there to be broken, but titles can never be taken away from you. So a little bit of lapse in judgment there from the athletes, but they are still on that women's only world record pace. And I think now the telltale sign, Mlu and Mosibodi, will be that split between 20 and 25 kilometers for the women. If it is another pace of around 3:46 per kilometer, then that will be quite concerning.
Yeah, we're still talking about women. As you see the males that are at the moment, but with Boscho who's probably seeming to maybe trying to test the waters with the women's at the moment to see if she can't be ahead of the likes of Fancell. But as you said, Morwe has just made her strides so far, and leading man so far. Looking good. It's a bunch that's breaking out from that 2010 or 10 to 20 of those men, and those that are behind are still quite a considerable lot, with Stephen Mukoka among those around about 24, 25. That's about enough to judge, and the pace and the space in between of those that have broken away with the pacers.
And I must say, Gulam Rule, the lone Frenchman in the field, looking very, very comfortable. When you consider his marathon personal best, 2:20.50, he's running a pace quite considerably faster right now, Mosibodi, than that. But he's looking very, very relaxed together there with the elder man, 45 years of age, Mark Fagaroni.
Yeah, indeed they are going at about just over 3:15 pace, 3:16, 3:17 pace. Is Ruel Guillaume. And you mentioned Mike Fagaroni. Interesting about Mike Fagaroni, he was very interested in asking about the prize money breakdown for the record, the incentive records. He wanted to know, hey, if I run third place inside the record, do I also get the cash? But then he said, no, don't worry, I understand that I won't get the cash if I don't win. But he was looking at the age group records as well. He looked at that quite closely. So Mike Fagaroni in the 40 plus category, in the veteran category, has the speed going back some years from his marathon PB, and he's going with this pace. Can he hold on? Performed fairly well recently in ultra marathons like the Prince Mangosuthu 50 kilometer. He ran that one last year, so he has always performed in that race. So is he in the sort of form, though, Ruan, is the question, to go with this pace right until the end? Also good to see some of the maxed elite athletes also running up there with the lead pace. And it's looking like an interesting race, especially from the point of view that some of the big names we expected to be up here with the pacemakers from the beginning, Jonas Machele, Stephen Mukoka, holding back, as there is definitely a noticeable increase in pace slightly. Melikaya France up on his toes, leaning wonderfully forward, is the gait of a man who has just come from the track, and that shows that they are just increasing the pace ever so slightly. It'll be interesting to see the next split here when they hit 15 kilometers for the men, which is coming up shortly.
Yeah, Winfred Matiro, the Zimbabwean in the colours of Max Elite there. looking very, very comfortable. And although he is from Zimbabwe, he's based in Johannesburg, trains together with Claude Moshiwa, former Comrades Marathon winner, who actually set a world best time for the 45 age group last year. And he's in the race today himself as well. And interestingly, Wayne Spies, an Australian athlete who used to have that 45-year-old category record, Claude broke it last year, and that brought Wayne out to run as well today. So they will be running against each other, chasing that 45-plus world best time.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Claude Moshiwa, who spent some time with him out in January. And what he does every January is he gives himself a big training block. He'll take some additional leave time because he is someone who works full time, and focus in January and putting in a big training block. And then from February onwards, he'll be able to juggle work, running his morning jog before work, and then afterwards doing some of his faster sessions as we look at what looks like, as we said, a breakup here in the men's race.
But just in terms of race records and everything that needs to be ratified, the course is very important, and we're going to see an insert now of the course measurer, Nari Williamson, who is here to ensure that everything checks the boxes when it comes to world records.
So we've started with the 2 bikes for us, and we've got the equipment here. Amongst there is the spray paint, nails, washers, so that we can mark the key points along the way. We've got some water and hydration. The nails, washers obviously need the hammer as well. We've got Jones counters on the bike. We've got a spare Jones counter. This is the full Cook counter, not the Jones counter. And we've got a computer there so we can quickly do some calculations, make sure everything adds up. A cell phone, reflective gear, we've got a couple of helmets for protection. So you need all of this equipment in order to be sure that you're covered on the day. So the minimum length of the calibration course would be 300 meters, and it's measured using a standardized steel tape, the sort of tape they use for surveying. So most federations will have one of these in their cupboard somewhere. You calibrate 4 times before, ride the cycle from the 2 nails, between the 2 nails, 4 times, take those individual readings, average them, and you add in a factor of 1.001 to allow 1 meter per kilometre as a safety factor. Every race organiser gets accused of having long courses when the course is accurately measured by the Jones counter or the counter method. And that is, the counter method takes into account your weight, my weight, temperature, road surface, all these things. The Garmins, the Suntus, it doesn't matter which one, are out. And what we've found is they tend to be out by about 8 meters per kilometre. Now, if you remember, we are allowed to be out as 2 measurers. We're allowed to be out by 8 meters per 10 kilometres. So you're looking at a massive difference here. So even in the situation where I've put a Garmin directly above the counter on the wheel, directly above, I will get a 4 meter per kilometre error. And then if you want 100% proof that GPS is not that accurate, get 3 runners, get them each to run or cycle on a course, and you will have 3 different distances at the end. So people must stop saying that this little black box on your wrist is 100% accurate. It isn't.
Looking like only Nari Williamson can. Of course, making sure that we know exactly how the route is measured, and very importantly, measured accurately, so that any world records, any world bests, any times that are run on this course here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality make the Nedbank Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer race that will be celebrated around the world because it was measured accurately for world record purposes. Stella Marais, she has gone out and come back in again as she leads the lead bunch of the ladies. It's going fairly well. We are still within that world record place, although it has slacked slightly. How are we looking there, Q1 Walker?
Yeah, in the women's race, still under Evette Fancell's 3:04 tempo. We're going to see when the athletes go through the 25-kilometer mark how much difference it's been. As we saw that 15 to 20 kilometer was very, very slow there with that 3:46 average. And as you can see there, 2:57 projected finish in the beginning, all the way through to 3:02:30 projected, as we see Stella Marais just stepping off towards the left there.
She steps off one. She steps off towards the lane. She's looks like she's taking strain there and bursting ahead. Some of the other runners now go bursting ahead as they realize that Stella perhaps taking strain. Is this possibly the end of things? And we can see that the lead runners are looking back towards her, but she seems to be in quite some pain. She seems to be in quite a little bit of pain, but we'll get back to this. For now, let's head down to the race where Lilita is standing by.
Doing the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer race. The ladies are at 1 hour 26 minutes and the gents are only still just short of an hour at 56 minutes 3 seconds. The gentlemen and the ladies are doing great at their race. We do have Stella Marais, who is the pacemaker for the ladies, and she seems to be keeping them ahead, and if they keep the pace up, we most probably will see another record breaking right here at the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Having said that, we do have as well for the gents Melikaya France, along with the rest of the gentlemen that are doing the pacemaking. We're looking at them. I'm pretty sure we'll also get it from their side. They just need to pick up their pace just a slight bit because you know what, if they do fall short of, if their timing is out and the pace is out, then there won't be any records broken, but we are standing in hope that this year will be much better than last year. Weather condition wise, I am wearing a t-shirt. It's slightly a bit windy on the chilly side as we are right by the beach front, but you know what, I'm not complaining. The athletes are totally happy about it, and it's something to look forward to as well. They did say maximum 31 degrees today, so they've got about 5 hours. That is the cut-off time. They've got about 5 hours to complete the race. Anything other and over 5 hours most probably will get them their records not written down. Having said that, you know what, it's a beautiful day. We've got people coming here, we've got, you know, supporters, and a shout out to, you know, the sponsors that have sponsored the event, Nedbank. We've got the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, as well as the Eastern Province and South African Athletics. We've got the ladies coming in over there as well for the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers race. We've got the ladies with Irvette, who is the leading lady at the moment with last year's record. I remember last year she was a pacemaker, and just at the 30-kilometer mark she was like, I want to do this. That's what we want to see from the athletes. She seems to be taking the lead along with the rest of the ladies, and I am pretty sure it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one to watch, and we still have a few of them that are a bit further away from. We can't see them behind us, but I'm pretty sure the time now is 1 hour 28 minutes, so we're going on an hour and a half for the ladies. The gents are at about an hour, and it's really, you know, entertaining. We've got cheerleaders there as well. Over to you.
Thank you, Lilita Chobela. Enkosi. Ay, lena re ke ba tsene ka seXhosa. A ke fihle Gqeberha ke lena ke rai. Monna ke ithuta seXhosa, and I've got Ntate Ntsabo here to correct me wherever I go wrong, and hopefully I shall leave Gqeberha with a better understanding of the lingua franca. Shelmuth Muriqi has burst forward there. And when we come back, we'll also chat a little bit, Kewan, about running in a bunch. Sometimes when a pacemaker falls off, someone then becomes a natural pacemaker and takes on that lead. And we've seen Muriqi, the Kenyan, just bursting forward as Stella Marais ran into some trouble, as perhaps Evette Fancell now seems to struggle. And this is probably the injection of pace that you were talking about. It can't slack too much. And Muriqi noticing that, hitting the front and acting as almost a de facto pacemaker. What does this mean for her own race is the question.
Well, just as you mentioned there, Mosibodi, big injection of pace, but we also do see an injection of pace when athletes go through those different water stations, trying to just speed up a little bit so that they can get a bit of a gap. You don't want to come through and look for your bottle amongst tables that have a lot of bottles, going through there, as we see Evette Fancell closing that gap again. So it's down to 4. We have Evette Fancell on the right of the picture. Her 3 Nedbank Running Club teammates with her, Patience Muroe, the lone Zimbabwean, Bosho, the Ethiopian, and then Muriqi Inyawira, the lone Kenyan. 2:33 marathon runner at her best, but as I mentioned earlier, Mosibodi, her 3rd marathon of 2022.
So it either means she's very strong or was jogging in the others, and perhaps she's still got a lot of strength, because certainly in this early stage seems to have that bounce in her stride that doesn't tell of a tired athlete. Now we look at the men's race here, Mluleki Ntabo. As you say, some of the perhaps less fancied athletes are coming from Kamva, also up here, and it's an opportunity for some of the younger guys to shine, as we see Edward Mutibi, 2019 Comrades champion, also now getting into that lead bunch.
Yeah, once you get Mutibi and the likes, you know that we are in business at the moment. But Negasa will be keeping that in check as well. Those paces are still going strong at the moment to try and get that tempo up a little bit as well, because the men didn't really start as rapid as women did. It's quite a slight opposite now, mirroring of what the start was, with women just dropping in terms of pace. As Melikai France now accelerating a little bit, of course, as we would expect in those water points, trying to take a new leaf, maybe a little bit of pace.
So there they are. The men's race continues here. As we get a beautiful drone shot of the men speeding up slightly. There's been an injection of pace, and we've seen some athletes in the last 2 or 3 kilometers come from what was a second bunch and take a closer order in the race. So 2019 Comrades champion Edward Mutibi was one of those who came through. We've mentioned time and again, he's just come off a new 42.2 kilometer marathon personal best, running that 213, I beg your pardon, in Cape Town last year, which means that he now has the marathon speed that he has wanted, and he says he'll continue working on that marathon speed. This, his last big outing before tackling the Comrades Marathon, now moved to August. And many of these athletes will be seen on the ultra marathon scene. But here the question is, some run the longer ultra marathons, and others are standard 42 kilometer specialists stepping up for that extra 7.8 kilometers. Who has the advantage? Is it the strong man, or is it the fast man? Who is the one who's likely to take it, as Ketema Negasa is also now in that lead bunch?
Yeah, you can see on the far right hand side of the picture, just towards the back of the pack, that is your current world record holder, Ketema Negasa, in the colours of Nedbank. But your 2 pacemakers now, Matthews Leto and Melikai France, just chatting to each other, almost reminiscent of last year where we had Adam Lipschitz and Sipho Mbanjwa, the 2 pacemakers One of the pacemakers, Jamie Riddle, has already stepped off, but this is a big bunch of athletes. All your main contenders are here. And the interesting athlete, Mutibodi, in the grey vest, the lone Kenyan there that's not in any one of the professional elite running clubs, that is Bernard Churchill, who only has one result to his name, a 2:22 marathon back in Kampala in Uganda back in 2019. So today we may see new world records, but we may also see unearthing some new talent.
Correct, the birth of a new star. And certainly one thing that you will know very well, Q, and if you're watching at home and you're thinking, well, you know, let me do my Operation Sub finish, Operation Sub Halala, because I'm training for a marathon, and you can enter a race and simply go and run. There are men in Kenya who train for years without having a race, without racing. So the opportunity to race is quite rare, and you experienced this during your time there, didn't you, Kwan?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've met some individuals in Kenya who could keep up with the likes of the Ilyad Kipchoges, the Julian Wonders, you know, some of the big stars that live and train in Kenya. And I met one gentleman who had just done a 2 hour, 12 minutes, 40k long run, might I add. 40 kilometer long run, inner jacket, long tights, training shoes. And when I asked him what his marathon PB was, he said that he had run 2:15, but that was in Kenya. He had never had the opportunity to run outside of Kenya, and all he was wanting was a manager to come along and just give him that opportunity. So for every Ilyad Kipchoge that you see on screen, there's another 50 in Kenya that are just wanting that opportunity. And perhaps Bernard Churchill today is one of them.
Exactly. And so the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer ultra marathon is a fabulous initiative, because it gives some of the best ultra marathon runners from around the continent the opportunity to put their best foot forward. And once you have a good result here, top 10, then it can get you into other races around the world. You'll have seen the tall, lanky figure of the Ethiopian there, Werku, and he is, of course, I saw him at breakfast this morning having something to eat. People will ask, do the runners eat in the morning before the race? Because sometimes the social guys will just say, no, me, I just go for my coffee and I hit the road and I have the potatoes and the bananas and the rest of it on the road. But the guys have quite good big breakfasts in the morning. They'll start eating some as early as 2 or 3 hours before. And they really have quite a good breakfast, ranging from croissants to fruit, because you need the fuel for the race. And a man who knows all about fueling, having won the Comrades Marathon in 1991, is now the brains behind this Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers, is Nick Bester. And he is confident. He says he'll stick his neck out that we'll see 2 world records again today.
We've got the current world champion, Evette Fancell, and I spoke to her this morning when she was doing a last warm-up run on the beachfront. She's very confident. She's very strong. She was a pacer last year. She's supposed to not finishing the race last year. So she was running in the front, and I was worried about her tomorrow running at the front again, and I'll have to run the whole 50 kilometer on her own. But she's confident that she used that to do that kind of running. Last year she was leading, and then after 25 kilometers when she supposed, or 30 kilometers when she supposed to pull out of the race, she carried on and she broke the record. We've got Stella Marie, her sister. I spoke to Stella now. Stella's also confident. Stella's also prepared, and maybe Stella surprises and also maybe finishing the race tomorrow.
And of course, we're back with the men's race. So good to hear from Nick Bester. He's quite confident and speaking about what we can expect from the ladies' race. We'll catch up with that in a moment. And now we look at the men's race. Mlule Kinsabo, you noticing something quite interesting?
Yeah, quite a lot of those. And to share that Kwan is spoke about, Mike Fagaroni taking almost like Entetetijana a step back in terms of maybe slipping out of that bunch, maybe slipping out of that top 10 as well, as the pace intensify as they progress. Is now just over an hour or so. So it's a good pace that is being maintained by the men. Meanwhile, the women as well, it's almost like the same top 4, top 5 at the moment. We don't know whether the break is going to start anytime soon, but we know that Mariki and Bosho are the 2 front runners at the moment, still keeping in pace, not far away. Evette Fancell has also just stepped up quite a little bit in 3rd place as well. So between that top 5 25, Moroe, Fancell, Bosho and Muriki. I think there is something there. Still within the record, Kieran.
Yeah, still within the record. The 25 kilometer split for the ladies was 1 hour 31:35. So on a projected finish of 3 hours 3 minutes and 7 seconds, so just under a minute. But the interesting thing now will be, where is Evette Fancell and Patience Moroe, as we see them just on the other side of the road. And Mosibodi, you know, as they make their way through towards the 30 kilometer mark, it is quite telling that Fancell has dropped off this pace together with Moroe, because between 15 to 25 kilometers, these athletes were averaging 3:45 per kilometer, which was off the tempo needed for the world record pace. As we saw Shelmuth Inyawira there, just asking Bosho, please come to the front, help me with the pace. Shelmuth now unofficially taking the role as pacemaker.
It's exactly what we spoke about, Q1. They've noticed that the pace has slacked, and oh, what a wonderful shot of the Dolphins just offshore here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Oh, look at these beautiful pods of dolphins, and we have a wonderful race on our hands, but we have also a wonderful destination for holidays and sporting destinations. So make sure that you add it to your bucket list when you want to come out here and run a race and do one of the other fabulous sporting events that this Nelson Mandela Bay municipality has to offer. They're just grabbing some thirsty water there, as you mentioned, Q1 Walker. They now are leading the pace, these two. And Muruki, the Kenyan, saying to Bosov, just come with me, help me. She has become the de facto pacemaker. As Stella Marais stepped out, she immediately burst forward and took that pace. Now, the concerning thing, as you mentioned, this section between 20 and 25, 3:46 a kilometer is not very fast, and yet the others, Evette Fancell, defending champion and record holder, as well as Patience Moroe, going backwards. It perhaps speaks about the fact that they are going to struggle perhaps in the second half of this race.
And talking about struggling, just word down from the road is that the defending men's champion and world record holder Ketema Negasa has actually stopped on the side of the road. He's been cramping, so not a great day in the office, so to speak, for Ketema. And I think he's now going to have quite a nervous hour and a half wait to see if any of the men can up the tempo and attack his world record time of 2:42.06.
And as you speak about the men's race, Q and Walker, we see it from above unfolding. Now they start as they were a big bunch, and whenever ultra runners run, they like to run abreast. They are not like the big city marathons where we see where it's like an arrow shape or the V. The ultra marathon runners like to run shoulder to shoulder. So when you see this line, just know that the race is quickening slightly as they run under that Nedbank blow-up barrier there, and that tells you that the pace is quickening slightly. But we still, importantly, haven't seen Stephen Mokoka anywhere near the front, so it tells you that the strategy is there. But there you can see the red top of his at the back of that lead bunch, and that a very distinctive gait, that pitter-patter of Mokoka's, as he's now beginning to make his way up the field, it seems.
Well, through the 20 kilometer mark, the men's tempo was projecting a finish time of 2:42.30. So that would be just over 30 seconds out of the record if they had to run a time of under 2 hours and 42 minutes. But a very compact group. You've got Melikaya France in the black vest there of Ikamva on the left-hand side of the picture. Matthews Lito is still in it as pacemakers, but the pacemakers are still allowed to finish. Bear that in mind. Winfred Matiro, the athlete from Max Delete from Zimbabwe. Next to him, we have Werku Deres Echeko, the very strong Ethiopian. I think that is a guy we need to keep our eyes on. 2:13.13 marathon PB. He's trained together with Ketema. Ketema has obviously explained this course to him, and he wouldn't be here making his ultra debut if he wasn't interested in it. But Edward Mutibi, slender, the 2019 Comrades Marathon champion, finished 10th here last year. Really worked hard together with Coach Dave Adams in Afriski in Lesotho. They've really worked on their speed. He said that last year he was very comfortable until 40 kilometers, and when that huge injection of pace happened, he just didn't have the legs to run with it. He came into last year's race with the 2:16 marathon in his legs. He's coming into this year's race with a 2:13. I'm excited to see what Edward Mutibi can do today.
Definitely an exciting prospect. A man who clearly had a plan, went away, said he wants to work on his speed, worked on his speed, is back, and says this will be his last big race before the Comrades Marathon. So expect him to go all out. You mentioned Worku there and the defending champion Ketema Negasa. Now, just letting you into the lives of some of these athletes. They ate all their meals together this week, have been eating all their meals together and talking. They've come from the same camp, so he will have shared, as you mentioned, Kwan Walker, all the information with him about what it will take to win this race and set a new world record.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Churchill carries on into the second half as the athletes move towards the second half of this race. Of course, it would have been a lot easier for him had Ketema been there by his side, but there is still another Ethiopian in the pack, Denel, who's also just biding his time at the back there. But the other interesting athlete that we picked out there was Shadrach Kimayo Kiptu, managed by Craig Fry. He ran also a world record time last year, but unfortunately there were 3 men in front of him at the finish line, finished 4th. But the stat that stands out for me with Kimayo is his 2:12 from the Nairobi Marathon, high altitude.
Yep.
If someone can run 2:12 in Nairobi, that is a very, very dangerous guy. And he is in the middle of your picture there, just behind Winfred Matiro in the colours of Max Elite there. That's Shadrach Kimayo, the Nedbank athlete, as he hands over some water there to Edward Mutibi.
Now, what you can do as you are watching the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon is head on to Strava. Head on to Strava if you're a runner and you're waking up this morning thinking, hey man, I need to do something. Alo mkaba man. Hey, mkaba una one twenya, and I need to maybe start a little bit of running. Head on there, Strava, join the Nedbank Running Club. It is the biggest virtual running club on the continent, and you can also then begin to measure yourself against some of these elite athletes. They post their runs and workouts there, so you can go and say, okay, Usman Bani did his 10-kilometer in however much for a training run. What can I do? So join up there, head on to Strava and join the Nedbank Running Club, the biggest virtual running club on the continent, and you will give you an idea of just what these men are able to do here running the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer.
Well, Mosi, I just wonder, still stuck on the world defending champion, Negasa, who is struggling at the moment. I wonder what is going through his mind, whether that was through preparation, or was it an injury that crept up while he was still here? Was it because of a totally uncomfortable range in terms of the pace that they started for him to lose that and starting to feel those jitters? We still need that confirmation, but we can tell you that he is certainly at the moment, as we are tracking them, out of that top 30 at the moment, and that says a lot, and that's a big call.
Now, what happens? A good question, Mluleki Ntsabo. What goes through an athlete's mind when they decide to step off the road? Well, remember that for many of these athletes, for most of these athletes, running is what we call their daily bread. And so sometimes when things are not going well, it's better to call it a day early and not expend too much energy so you can have a race soon afterwards. Correct. So you can have a race soon afterwards, another opportunity to make some money. And certainly the pace is definitely quickening there. And if he, as we heard from Kwan Walker, if Negasa pulled off because of cramp, then it can mean that it has something to do possibly with the hydration and the mix of salts that was taken and the nutrition taken in the days leading up to the race. Now, the man that you backed, Kwan, you stuck your neck out to possibly win this, is slowly starting to just make his way into the bunch a bit. Stephen Mokoka, he will run a few steps in and then fall back to the tail end where he is there wearing his red boxer shirt. So he still looks quite comfortable. You happy to see him there?
Yeah, I think Stephen's running a brilliant race. As mentioned, it is his debut. It's the first time that he is running an ultramarathon. He was supposed to run an international marathon that took place yesterday, but unfortunately didn't work out too well for him. So he's making his debut here where he can become a world record holder. But talking about some of his competitors, we're going to have a listen to hear what Edward Mutibi, the 2019 Comrades Marathon winner and main contender in today's race, had to say about the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer.
Thank you very much and thank you for having me. The training have went very well and I think it went very well than before last year when I was preparing for this. This year I'm feeling much more better and I'm feeling more stronger than before. I did enjoy it. Yes, I did came here looking for a better time, but things happened during the race. Then I fall off the bus at 40 kilometers, but at least I did hang up to position 10, which where I finished. But overall, I did enjoy the race last year. Yes, that's what I've been working on, to still try and improve on my speed so that I don't fall off the bus like I did before last year. So I'm looking forward to be racing. Now I'm going all out. I'm racing nails, so I'm going all out. Only thing that we can't forget is we just have to pray for good weather, and then we have to just pray for a good health in the morning, because sometimes this body is yours, but at the end of the day you can't control it. If the body goes according the way I want it to be, I'm going to race accordingly, and I just pray that tomorrow my body feel okay. Yeah. Oh yes, saying on that everyone is hungry, so I'm looking forward to be making some money out of that, and it's a good thing of what they have done with the money, or with the prize money. So I'm looking forward to be on those three that will be counted.
Dankie mare na Munaya Jimankwa Rustenburg. He does his training out there, and you heard him saying he's going to make sure he doesn't fall off the bus. Thankful for the prize money, for the opportunity to earn some good money after a difficult 2 years in mass participation sport in general, athletics in particular here in South Africa. And good to see Nedbank upping the prize money for the 2022 version of the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, over 1.2 million, and 130 for the first prize, 130,000, 150 for the world record, 150,000, not to mention additional prizes for the South Africans who come in as the top 3 South Africans. So lots to run for there for Edward Mutibi, and another additional 10,000 Rand pledged by Nedbank to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group for Nedbank athletes finishing inside the top 2. So lots of money at stake here in the colors, especially of those running in green.
Well, the 2 lead athletes at this stage, your pacemakers, Melikaya France and Matthews Leto, just taking a closer look at his watch there. The men currently running just outside the world record tempo. Of course, when you have the likes of Stephen Mokoka with the 207 marathon in his legs, whether you are around 30 seconds outside the tempo, a guy like Mokoka can really close that down over the last 10 to 15 kilometers. In terms of the ladies' race, we still have Bosho and Maruki who are out in front. They split 1 hour, 50 minutes and 6 seconds through the 30 kilometer mark to a projected finish, Mosibodi and Mlu, of 3:03:29. So just under 30 seconds inside Evette Fancell's world record time,
the concerning
which she set here last year. But as you mentioned, Mosibodi, Evette Fancell, 39 seconds now off the pace.
Ooh. And the concerning thing there, Kuan, is that they were first inside 3 hours projected time and moved to 3:01, 3:02, 3:03:30 now, 3:03:29. And Evette on the other side, on the wrong side of that record. So certainly the women's race slowing, and those two now will have to work, just the two of them, on their own to try and get the record. It's difficult, especially if one person then drops their blue.
It's nice to look at all of those things. It might sound ridiculous, Mosi, and I wonder if, and also Kieran, if because we are in March as compared to May 2021, that could be a slight difference as well, where the sun comes out bright very early as compared to in almost closing towards winter in May in South Africa. Those are some of the things you start looking at, but definitely this is, we're anticipating records to be broken still, but looking in the middle, it looks slowly slipping away in both. But we'll be hoping to maintain that.
Yeah, certainly on that point about the heat and the time of the year, many of the athletes yesterday morning will go out for a jog just to get their legs moving, the turnover. And one or two came back sweating quite profusely, and because they went out a bit later, around the 8 o'clock in the morning mark, and said the last half an hour of the race is going to be difficult because it's going to be hot. So that is something that we have to watch closely, and I think the change in time of year will affect that. A man who knows about this part of the world and is out on the course to tell us about the changing conditions. Alec Riddle, are things heating up out on the route?
On the beachfront, we're coming past Bay World on the left. We see the harbour and the ocean on the right. But right down here on the road, we've got an immense race. It's called the Dirty Dozen. We're down to the final 12. Two pace setters up front. Malachi up front doing a fantastic job. All the main protagonists in the build-up seem to be out. Last year, defending champion started walking with cramps. I saw Jonas fall off the bunch a short while ago. I don't see Edward Mutibi in this bunch. And the man who's looking exceptionally dangerous is Stephen Makoko. He is just lurking here at the back in the red T-shirt. Looking phenomenally comfortable. His usual style, looks around, talks a lot, sends messages. Very relaxed runner, very comfortable runner, lot of self-confidence. We've got Tony there, two Daniels, Worku, Shadrach, a lot of East Africans. And then up front, just behind Malachi, we've got the Frenchman. He's been very aggressive throughout the day, Ghulam. And Vincent Sahi does, the French 100-kilometer champion, still a youngster in ultramarathons terminology at 23, 24 years old. But these athletes are running very comfortably indeed. One thing I've also observed at the water points, a lot of passing of bottles. So the real rivalry hasn't started just yet. They're still content to pass each other a bottle. We're approaching probably close to an hour and 30 on the clock. So we're heading towards the final hour. That's where the business end of this race comes, and that's where we'll be chasing that world record. I timed 3 of the last splits. It averaged out at 3:14s, so they certainly are running at record pace. We'll go back to our commentators in the studio.
Well, Alec Riddle there, who was more well known as the eye in the sky, is now the eye on the bike or eye on the road. And Mosivodi, I want to know, how can we sign up to do that commentary gig? Because that looks really, really fun.
Yeah, that one looks like fun. It does indeed. It does indeed. And a lot of people enjoying this broadcast here on SuperSport. Thank you for tuning in and watching the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon. People hitting us up on Twitter, on the gram. Thank you so much for enjoying this broadcast with us. People like Bongani Nkosi, who are keen to watch athletics on TV. Thank you to SuperSport, who are sharing all of these wonderful pictures with us and continue to bring us the very best production qualities as we bring you the best runners on the continent tackling the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers, a 50-kilometer. The men, still the bunch is there. The women down to 2. And when we come back, we'll hear more from the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality as we hopefully get to celebrate world records here on this day, the 6th of March. Watching from above, Luleki Ntsabo, we see, as you mentioned, the change in the time of year. One thing that you will notice is if you look at the vegetation important and compare that with last year, that will give you an idea of where we are in our seasons in South Africa. Here we're at the tail end of summer as opposed to the beginning of winter last time around. And the heat that you mentioned, Mlu, we can see it now in the fact that the runners are, for the first time in the race, starting to pour water over themselves as a cooling method.
Yeah, also it tells where we are in terms of where the race is starting to take its toll on the athletes. That's why I think we see a beautiful picture of all of them rehydrating and getting into the thick of things here. But I like to see the breaking away from the group now. Maybe it could be that time. I know perhaps for some it's too early. You spoke about Stephen Mukoko being in and there. That's his strategy. That's how he does his running. That's how he prosper on many things. But this is ultramarathon, which is his first here. He will have to observe quite a lot in terms of as to when he wants to start. There he is with his red top at the moment among those bunch where we watched Churchill to be perhaps a surprise package in this at the end of the day. But interesting race so far.
Interesting race indeed, Luleki Ntsabo. We'll talk as well about some of the Excel runners, Kwan Walker, that are now beginning to take close order in that bunch. Beautiful shots here. One thing that is always noticeable at the beachfront is you can take a swim in salt water or in the pool. This is the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon. And thank you so much for joining us as we look towards getting another world record, but also in addition to world records, there's also personal pride and running for club colors, and many of the clubs will have very particular incentives for some of their runners and say, if you can finish in the top 5, if you can finish in the top 10, in addition to the prize money that's available, we'll also pay a little something into it. And I see that some of Kolani Mabida's athletes there running for Excel are now beginning to show their faces in the men's lead bunch.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to see there in the colors of Excel. Sibusiso Kubeka, very, very talented youngster. He is only 24 years of age, just as is the Frenchman Goulam Rule, who's running a very, very good race. Musibodi, I must add, for a man who has only run 2:20 over the marathon, he is running a lot faster today. And it's going to be really great to see if he can keep this up as we go past the 35 and 40 kilometer marks with 10Ks to go. But Kubeka, a very interesting athlete. He's run 2:42 last year, which was his debut. He holds a 61:36 half marathon PB, which he did here last year in Quebec in the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality half marathon. But things definitely hotting up in the men's race, just as they are in the women's race. We have our two leaders. We have Bosho on the left there in the colors of Nedbank Running Club Ethiopia, and then Shelmuth Maruki in Nyawira, the Kenyan athlete, just taking the thirsty water bottle there. And these athletes, Mosibodi, still on pace to break Evette Fancell's women's only 50-kilometer world best. But the telling point will be after they get past the 40-kilometer mark. Can they keep that pace up? As we mentioned earlier, Shelmuth running her third marathon already of the year. And she can still feel good now, but surely those marathons will start to catch up in the legs.
Correct. They call it the latent lactic acid from previous marathons. What will happen is just as you get towards perhaps, may not, but perhaps in the last 8 to 5 kilometers, the weariness from all the previous marathons comes up, and they say the legs lock, dia loca, and you try to lift your legs and they just won't. They respond like cement. They respond like concrete. So that may happen, but then again, with a lot of money at stake, it sometimes becomes a mental game. Can you push through the pain and try and win that money? Because many of these men and women, because this is a full-time job, will know that this money would go a long way in helping them to achieve their own financial goals for 2022. So good to see these two running shoulder to shoulder. They are sharing the pace. Initially, Muruki went out on her own, but now they are very much sharing the pace with Boshoff. They will need each other, because if one is left alone, then you could see that record begin to dwindle. They will really need to work together and hope that they can stay together for as long as possible.
And as they make their way towards the 35-kilometer mark, a lot of changes as well in the ladies' race happening behind them. As we mentioned earlier, Evette Fancell, the current world record holder, 39 seconds off the pace through 30 kilometers, as we see some of the amazing tourism at its best in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, the friendly city. And I must say, it definitely is friendly, as must be quite chilly in that water.
Yeah, and they're waving to us. They're having a gay old time there, just waving to us from the water. Whew. Better them than me. I'd run on the road, and they can do the diving and the snorkeling, all available here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Sporting destination of choice, but also a great place to bring the family and enjoy everything that is here on offer.
And behind these two ladies, as we were just taking you through some of the top 10 in the women's race, we had Evette Fancell 39 seconds off the pace and running just outside her world record tempo. So we'll have to see after 35 kilometer if she can close that gap. Behind her, it looks like Patience Muroe, who was running a brilliant race and also making her ultramarathon debut, looks to have stepped off the course because Loveness Madziva, her countrywoman, Loveness Madziva, of course, running in the colors of Hollywood Bets, into the 4th position, but already 5 minutes 27 seconds behind these two leaders going through the 30 kilometer. Behind her, she had Siba, the Ethiopian athlete who was coming through a bit, Kelly Von Fleet, the local Nelson Mandela Bay municipality athlete, having a great run.
Yeah, making up some ground, huh?
Yeah, and Jackie Kellerman, the Australian athlete who's come out here running a great race in 7th.
And in 8th there, Q, and as you mentioned, all of them coming through, and behind her in that veterans category is Ntombesi Ntumfunzi, whom Mluleki Ntsaba also mentioned with that wonderful book she has out, Joyisa, A Personal Triumph Against Adversity. After having suffered a terrible ordeal, she lays bare her pain and says that running was one of the ways that she was able to heal. And she is there in 9th position, currently 14 minutes and 24 seconds off the pace. Now, you see this early, an athlete there just behind the camera bike, struggling and limping already, it seems to be. So the pain is there and being lapped as the men and the women go past the drinks table, which now is in the middle. And the reason why you will see the drinks table in the middle of the road is that most athletes, most human beings tend to be right-handed. So when it's in the middle, they can lean over and grab it with the right hand. Someone missed water there?
Yeah, we saw the little graphic there of the course records and world records, and of course world age group bests that all the athletes are going for. So currently both Bosho and Maruki currently are on pace for not only a new world record, but of course an African record in the process.
Correct, an African record, and we'll keep an eye on some of those world best times. What goes through your mind, people ask, when you're running for 50 kilometers or 42 kilometers? What goes through your mind? What are you thinking about? And most of the time, from what we've heard from some of the very best, is sometimes if you're really in the zone, then nothing. They will tell you that it's like, they call it the bunch of heaven, where they are running and you're completely in the zone, you're following the pace, and you feel like you're floating on a cloud. That's when things are going well. When things are going badly, then you're thinking about everything. You're thinking about the pain and how long you can last. You might even think about the dolphins and everything else, because it really does become quite painful. So to tell us what's happening down on the route once again, as we see the Hammerhead Sharks, is Alec Riddle.
We'll probably gradually move through the field here, identify some of the runners, but a lot of action happening up front, which I'll tell you about in a moment. We're going to pass number 6, Daniel. Then the Frenchman, for the first time, is showing some fatigue. He's dropping out. One of the men to watch out for, number 135 from Excel. Kuhn will be able to confirm, but I think it might be Quebecer from KZN. He's come from a pack that was a little bit further back. He joined them early. He dropped back to the second pack. He's now making his way back into the main protagonist here. Certainly one of the top South Africans. Next to him, we've got Daniel from Nedbank. And then we move up to the main mana. And here's where it's all happening, folks. Good to see that Edward is still in the bunch. And Stephen Mokoko, I mean, watching this guy is like watching a computer game. It's so much fun. He's having conversations with the guys. There you can actually see, I don't know if it's on the screen, but he's tapping Daniel on the back just now and saying, come, let's go. Then he goes to the front. Now he comes back. You can see he's having words with Daniel. There's like war out here. Everybody's looking around. What's Stephen having to say? Teti, Edward, Warku, Shadrach. So sorry, it's Shadrach now. Just now it was Daniel he was patting on the back. Now it's Shadrach. So he's really having a word or two with these Kenyans and Ethiopians. And Melakaya Front's doing a fantastic job out here. 6 athletes left in the mix. We got about just over an hour to go to get that world record. But I can tell you now, Stephen Mokoko, I love watching this guy run. He is just an enigma. How he floats from the back to the front. People say he wastes a lot of energy, but if that's what makes a man tick, don't fix what ain't broken. Stephen Mokoko.
Possibly the best runner of his generation, Stephen Lesego Mokoka, having taken over from the likes of Shadrach Hoff and Hendrik Ramala here in South Africa. And if he's talking to a Shadrach Kipchoge of Kenya, it's likely, and Q and you'll know, they will be talking, they will say Nyoroso. He's begun to understand some of the Swahili that is used in the Kenyan bunches because he has been running with them for so long. Is this going according to the script, what we're watching here?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. You know, Melekaya France doing an amazing job together with his coach, Mark Mbambani, setting the pace, helping the guys when they are struggling a little bit, telling them, come guys, keep with the pace. As we see Mokoka now going to the front for the very first time in the race. France is supposed to go up to 35 kilometers, so they're going to be making their way through there. They're going to do this last turn down, and then there'll be another 2.5 kilometers until we see Melekaya France step off. But as I mentioned earlier, I get goosebumps just watching Stephen Mokoka run. You know, he is a world-class athlete, you know, 5th in the World Championships in a very hot and humid Doha. He's got a 2:07 marathon. He's got the national record over 10 kilometers, half marathon. Anything from 800 meters above, it's hard to beat Stephen Mokoka in. As we see, beautiful shot there of the overhead of the bunch. Sibusiso Kubeka, the 24-year-old youngster from KZN, coached by Kolani Mabida, very, very big talent. 61.36 over the half marathon distance. 28.39. He ran that 10-kilometer PB after running the 50-kilometer last year, where he surprised many people by running that 2:42 on debut. He's got bucket loads of speed in those legs, but I'm still, without putting the commentator's curse on anyone, I'm going to predict that we will see a men's record, a new world record in the men's race, and I'm going to say it's Stephen Mokoka.
That is a very, very bold one. You're talking about the youngster, once again, Kubeka, inspired by watching races and marathons on TV, and wanted to do just exactly as that. And I think we're seeing this a new crop of youngsters coming through from South Africa who are quite dedicated in going to marathons and ultra marathons, which is great to see.
Yeah, and good work there from Kolani Mabida. Last week, a marathon happening down in Durban, where many of his athletes performed on the podium there, finishing on the podium, from women in the 21-kilometer, men in the 10-kilometer, and some marathon athletes. So really doing well, and has been roped in now by the Excel Club to bring through some of their youngsters. And of course, from the likes of Excel, many of them do step up to some of the bigger elite clubs where they then earn good money. So the pipeline is working in South Africa, especially when we see the likes of Stephen Mokoka then teaching some of these younger runners, because you can have speed, but you will not know how to run in a bunch and the tactics. And Mokoka, very vocal, as we heard from Alec Riddle, talks to them in the bunch, tells them what to do, marshals it, and that's exactly what we're seeing here happening right now. You like Stephen Mokoka, the man who's giving me goosebumps today, Q and Walker, is the man they call Slender, Edward Mutibi. I'm liking how he's running today. He is pouring a little bit of water over himself, which concerns me because we haven't seen Mokoka doing that. So perhaps starting to feel the heat slightly. But I think the 2019 Comrades champion, for me, looking fairly good to finish right up there in this year's race. Ntombesi Mfunzi.
Yeah, just going past Ntombesi Mfunzi, the local athlete here. My only concern right now is that Melikaya has a bit of a gap and he keeps looking behind to ask the guys, please come through. And the pace is definitely slowed with the men's lead bunch. So when they went through the 30-kilometer mark, they went through in a time of 1:37.06. Which is a projected finish of 2:41.30. So 35 seconds under the current world record pace. But with that, having said that, we can see the shot of Dan Machaliwe, the athlete in the colours of Nedbank, who is slowly starting to come through to that gap. And as I say that, Kubeka now has just dropped off. So Machaliwe was quite a distance behind. He's managed to close that gap a little bit. And that's why you can see Stephen Mokoka saying to the guys, come guys, this is not just about winning the race. This is about breaking world records. And, you know, it's quite interesting when you talk about the tactics of the race. I had Craig Fry, who's a World Athletics registered manager.
Correct.
And he's the manager of Shadrach Kimayo Kiptu. And he actually said to me now in a message that he told Shadrach that Stephen will often tell the guys, come guys, let's pick it up. And he told Shadrach, ignore him. Don't listen to him until after 40 kilometers. The real racing starts at 40 kilometers. So once they get through to the 40-kilometer mark, we're going to start to see some fireworks.
The question is, though, Q1, you need to make sure that by the time you get to that 40-kilometer mark, you are still within shot, within reach. They call it that concertina. Don't be too far from the world record. You still need that invisible rope holding you, linking you towards the world record. Or for the digital age, it's those lights that you saw in front of Joshua Cheptegei as he ran that world record on the track. You still need to be close enough. How far behind? How much time do you think they can make up? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds? How much is too much here?
Yeah, I think when you're running at a world record tempo, you can't fall behind that much. And if any of the guys now do start to fall off the pace, it's going to be very hard to close that gap, especially when you've got guys like Stephen Mokoka, Edward Mutibi, and then the man we haven't mentioned much of, the South African there, just behind Edward Mutibi, Tete Tijana, very, very talented athlete, almost has that same running style as the old Lesotho warriors who used to come down to run.
With the bobbing head.
With the bobbing head, yes. But we'll cross over to Alec Riddle, who's got some exciting news from this hotting up action.
Well, we just passed the Humor Golf Club, one of the landmarks. The great Gary Player was in town the other day. Today, the great athletes are in town. And just left of me as we head back towards the main beachfront is Kubeka from Excel. He is running fantastically well, looking for one of those top South African prizes, if not even something bigger. He's in the top 8, one pace setter still up front, so he's in the top 7 and having a great race. Tracking Daniel here. We'll move forward now to our leaders. That was a pretty good split considering there was a turn, 3:16. So these athletes are doing very well. I got it plus minus 144 at 32 Ks. Translates to about a 3:15 average. And yeah, I think that the pace is going to explode, because what happens in a race like this, you'll find initially there's 30, then there's 20, then there's 16, then there's 12, 10, 8, 6. And if you take Melikaya front out of the equation, because we know he's not going all the way to the finish, or we don't expect him to. We had Evette do that on us last year. That means there's 5 athletes left. These are the 5 that are pristinely conditioned for today. The ones who are feeling good, the ones who have prepared well, and one of them has got an ace up their sleeve. Maybe even 2 of them have still got an ace up their sleeve. These guys are waiting for that final lap perhaps, or even the final 5 kilometers. And if they're going for the record, one of them will know if he's just off the record, he can easily pick up a minute in the final 5-10 Ks with the class of these athletes. We now start to see Shadrach show a little bit of weakness. He's probably 2-3 meters back. The other main contenders there are Warku, Teti, Stephen, and Edward is looking so good. This is the Comrades champion from 2019. I'll allow Kuhn to tell you all about that great race with Bonguso Mthembu at Polly Shorts. We haven't seen a race like that in many a year, and Edwin Mutibi showed class and racing experience and desire like none other. Can he be the man who could surprise some of these real speedsters here? But Stephen Mokoko is looking so dangerous as we come up to one of EP's top ladies, Kelly Complete. She's running very well over there on the left hand side of the road. But let's go back to our commentators. They'll have a great view from the fantastic work being done by these cameramen and the production team here. Thank you.
We do indeed, Alec. Riddle have a great view, and of course the camera crew bringing us wonderful pictures, all captured in motion as we bring you every jump, every throw, every run right here on SuperSport. Q and Walker, you mentioned Tete Dijana. Let me tell you something about this young man. Stephen Mokoka goes back to his village where he grew up to visit his grandparents over December. And this young man, Tete Dijana, is a big fan of Mokoka, has been training hard there, and says his only dream is to run with Stephen Mokoka. And here he is. Now he's got that opportunity all the way from the Northwest, running here. On the ground, we have Donald Matipa Warra, who's telling us about how the race is unfolding there.
And thank you. Thank you very much. We are here at the start and finish line of the Nedbank Runified 50-kilometer Breaking Barriers. And here come the men that are chasing the world record. We still have got Melikaya France from Eastern Province being the pacemaker. And among the title contenders, we have got Stephen Moko. 10 kilometers and the 21.1 kilometers. He is now will be running at the World Athletics Championship in Oregon, using this as a stepping stone into the ultra marathon distance. And we are now about 1 hour 50 minutes and 28 seconds. We still have got about a minute inside the world record now as they pass the 35 kilometer mark. And back to the guys in the studio.
Indeed. Thank you, Donald Matipa. Also one of those who's most knowledgeable about all matters athletics and knows many of the athletes personally, having been a runner himself for some of the top clubs here in the country. So Tete Dijana having the race of his life. A man who started out chasing David Khatebe when he's training, says he wishes to run with Edward Mutibi and his hero Stephen Mokoka. Now he goes flying past him, getting his bottle. Azish, the race is heating up now, and great to see the young man. As you say, he's got that Lesotho Warriors kind of gait. So good to see him having a storming race first time out. Really wonderful to watch.
Yeah, definitely really exciting stuff there by the young Tete Dijana running with his hero. But back to the ladies' race, and it is now the Ethiopian Bolsho who looks to be in a commanding lead. We don't actually see the second athlete behind her, and it will be interesting to see what her split is as she makes her way through the 40-kilometer mark. Around 4 kilometers back at the 35k, she went through there in 2:08:27. She was together with a Shelmuth who seems to have dropped back. But Mosibodi, the pace there was 3 hours, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So still on pace for a world record, but she's going to have to average 3:40 per kilometer from here through to the finish. And it's going to be very hard as the temperature heats up here. And unfortunately, Evette Fancell, the current world record holder, not having a great day in the office. She was through that 35-kilometer mark, now down 2 minutes and 5 seconds back.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 5 seconds is quite a bit of a gap to make up, and it may not be possible. Bosho, as you mentioned there, Q1, is now out on her own, and it's a fairly long distance to be running alone for, having to maintain that 3:40 pace. Look at the facial expression expression. Let's watch it closely. She does seem to be feeling the heat slightly. A bit of a grimace there, and the mouth opens slightly, which means that she is starting to take some strain, which will be difficult to do while running alone.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to keep that pace of 340 per K. Bear in mind, she is on the crust of the world record, as we see Melikaya France just on the other side of the road there, giving her some motivation. He's done a tremendous job in the men's race, taking them through to the 35 kilometer. And just in terms of the split, it is now Stephen Mokoka who went through that 35 kilometer checkpoint in 1 hour, 52 minutes and 52 seconds. Mosibodi, a projected finish time of 2 hours, 41 minutes and 13 seconds. We are on pace for a world record.
Kieran, it looks like you sticking your neck out might, what they call in the pub, earn you a few bob. So clearly a man who knows his athletics very well, and an impressive call there. He's been backing Stephen Mokoka right from yesterday, in fact, or Friday when we arrived in Gqeberha, to say that this is the class act who should be able to dominate in this race. Mluleki Ntsabo, you impressed?
I was going to say that Kieran's got it. Maybe he's going to take us out for dinner tonight. If Mokoka doesn't make it, then. If he does, then we're going to ask for some lotto numbers.
Yeah, and ask him that, who is his doctor, Nakai, that is consulting to get
Might
all
be
this.
there in Durban.
Exactly.
I'm actually going to, I know I've been putting my head out a lot here and trying to predict things, but currently, Mosibodi, the pace is on for 2:41.13, as I said. But the split between 30 to 35 kilometers was covered at an average of 3:09 per kilometer.
That's fast.
So we're heating up.
My question now is not, are we going to break the world record, but how much under that world record are we going to go? Could we perhaps see a 240, even a sub 240 today?
So you're saying that record will be smashed. Kieran, I say let's be conservative. Let's not get greedy as he goes out all alone now. Wow! In just a matter of 2 kilometers, he's built up a gap of what looks like 50 meters. Stephen Mokoka increasing the cadence here as he bounces ever so gently forward. It's looking very, very easy, and he still doesn't have much sweat on his brow.
And this is a very, very interesting move by Mokoka. Bear in mind, they've just gone through 35 kilometers. There's still 15 kilometers to go. And followers of the sport who know Mokoka well know that he will never just take the lead if he's not feeling good. This man is literally running a tempo much slower than he's used to when running the marathon distance. Granted, it is an ultra. There's still 7.8 kilometers to go after he goes through that marathon mark, a mark that he's never officially run further in an official race. It's his first time today running an ultra marathon, but yeah, Mokoka this is the fireworks starting, and if any of these men have any intention of not only breaking the world record, but crossing that line first, they're going to have to pick the pace up now.
They're going to have to pick the pace up now is the question. Of course, last year, the man who came as the runner-up, Jonas Machele, behind Ketema Negasa, he's dropped out. The defending champion, Ketema Negasa, has dropped out. So the question, Stephen Mokoka, will he emerge as the champion of the 2022 race? So the question here, the fireworks you mentioned, Kieran Walker, is it the fireworks or is it the miscalculation of an ultra marathon novice? Maybe that last 8K is Kieran, and he begins to feel the strain and slow in his tempo. Or are you confident that he knows what he's doing even though he's never raced those last 7.8 kilometers?
Yeah, I'm either going to have to take you and Mlu out for dinner, and then I'm going to invoice Stephen Mokoka for the bill. But I still think that this is this is history being made today. We saw history last year, 2 world records being broken. Currently, the men are on pace to smash the world record. In the ladies' race, they are also on pace to break that women's only world record. And, you know, Stephen Mokoka is a world-class international athlete, a man who's run under 1 hour for the half marathon. He's run 27:38 over 10 kilometers. He won last year's Cape Town Marathon in 2:10:01, making it look like he was out there on a Sunday jog.
Ranked inside the top 30 marathoners in the world.
100%. You know, 5th in the last World Championships marathon in a very hot and humid Doha. And I'm sure that at home in Pretoria, his wife, Zintle Mokoka, and their young little son will be jumping up and down now, saying, please, Daddy, keep on going. You've got this world record. Let's just do it to the end.
Well, we're not sure if Zintle Mokoka will be watching, because you know that she's also a runner as well. Maybe she's out for her Sunday run, but you're so right, Kieran. There will be a lot of people who will be celebrating this man taking the lead. He is someone who does enjoy quite a bit of support, especially up in Pretoria, where you'll often see him running with social runners, going for a jog at local races.
And as you see there, your leader on the left-hand side of the picture, Stephen Mokoka. The chasers on the right-hand side, that is Daniel Derese, the Ethiopian, as Mokoka passes tired-looking Loveness Madziva there on the left-hand side of the picture. Mokoka now making that turn. He's going to see now exactly how big that gap is, and I don't think there's going to be any slowing down. And we're seeing 2 things here, Mosibodi. Ultra debut runner. He's running a world record. But not only is he running a world record, if I'm not mistaken, I think this will be the first time someone has broken a world record wearing a t-shirt.
I doubt we've seen many. Because I like playing these scenarios. Of course, we want Stephen Mokoka to win. My mind is running back and thinking how many Comrade Novices that have gone like that distance and pulled quite a good lead and then just tap it towards the end. Let's just hope that would not be the case, of course.
And you mentioned Comrades Novices there, Mluleki Ntabo, but I guess the one exception to that rule is going back to 1994, when Alberto Salazar came out from the US as a previous New York Marathon champion, and they said, he'll never win Comrades. On debut, he led and he ran away from them. And this is what you're talking about here, Kieran Walker. Now, here are the men that are chasing Stephen Mokoka: Edward Mutibi, defending Comrades Marathon champion, and the young man Tete Dijana, a man outside his comfort zone, but he is going there. A sterling run from this young man from Mahikeng, who is having the run of his life, running next to Edward Mutibi as they chase down Stephen Mokoka. Unlikely at this stage that they can catch him, or Mutibi, given that he has the strength over the longer distances, would he be able to claw that back?
I think for these guys to claw any lead back to Mokoka now, something has to go very wrong for Mokoka. And just in my opinion, watching Mokoka, he's running well within himself. He literally looks like he's jogging. This pace is not too high for a man that's used to running marathon distances in under 3 minutes a kilometer average for the whole 42.2 kilometers. But Tete Dijana, running the race of his life, running next to his hero, Edward Mutibi, has promised what he was going to do. He said that he's coming back to Nedbank Runified. He's worked on his speed, he's worked on his endurance, and his goal is to run under 2 hours and 42 minutes. And that's exactly what he's doing currently. Unfortunately for him, there's another man up the road.
Reminiscent of Jonas Machele's wonderful run last year, where he ran well, very well, inside the world record, but ended up as the runner-up. That could be the case here for Edward Mutibi as well. People joining this broadcast here will tell you a little bit about those using the hashtag Nedbank Runified. Tebang Ntsasa, I beg your pardon, Tebang Ntsasa. He's saying, Prastiv leading the pack, he looks comfortable and might even fartlek the remaining kilometers. He's loving Stephen Mokoka's gait and his cadence at this stage of the race.
And also, if I was a Comrades Marathon contender not running the race today, I'm pretty sure that people will be nervous now of Edward Mutibi, the defending Comrades champion, running a very good race today. He's worked so much on his speed, 2:13 marathon. He's taken 3 minutes off his marathon best. And bear in mind, they haven't run Comrades for 2 years. When they do go back to Comrades, the faster guys are going to really shine. And I know Bongmusa Mthembu will be in KZN watching this. Phenomenal athlete himself.
And ran very well last week.
Ran very, very well, which essentially for him was just a training run to qualify for the Two Oceans Marathon. That is where he's going to be going. And also with Bongmusa, he will be the defending champion there as well.
Correct. So there will be 2 athletes that were expected to do well at the Comrades Marathon, and of course another one who having finished in 11th spot last week, Nkosikhona Mhlakwana, running that 2:16 last week, will also be watching this race and thinking Edward Mutibi is going to be a problem at the Comrades Marathon.
So we have our leader in the colours of Nedbank Running Club from Ethiopia, Amelewerk Fikadu Bolsho, who is through the 40-kilometer mark. She'll be nearing the marathon mark anytime soon. But just in terms of that 40-kilometer split, Mosibodi and Mlu, she went through there in 2 hours, 26 minutes and 43 seconds. She has picked it up ever so slightly, now projected to finish in 3 hours, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. So currently, Nick Bester must be really, really happy down on the road and just praying that in both the men's and women's race, we can have a repeat of last year.
Correct. And people impressed even more so about the men's race, both the men's and women's. We have 2 lone warriors who are taking on the pace, 2 lone warriors hoping to break a barrier, 2 lone warriors hoping to achieve what has not been achieved before, go past the mark, and Nedbank Runified break that barrier and set a new 50-kilometer ultra marathon record. So impressive is Stephen Mukoka's run that Mthandeni Nene says wasuka lokho. Ayashisa mategi as the run gets into the business end. Mukoka looking ever so comfortable, as you do mention, QAnon. And I think he's impressed all of us, hasn't he, Blue?
He has, and I wonder if we can go back to what you were talking about in terms of trying to break out all of the things outside. Yes, the noise that you want to close out. Not in this scenario now. In terms of trying to break out in those 25 men. What was playing through his mind? Yes, I got to run my own race here, but still, I don't know what is other man next to me. When is he going to break out as well? It's always like a nervy moment when he's starting to break out, whether there is a man who's just waiting for you to pounce and he's got an extra pace. Maybe he can outrun you.
People enjoying the pictures coming to you from Supersport Variety 4, channel 209. Here is the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon race. Pumlani Nkosi agrees with you. He says a man is wearing the t-shirt. Clearly, this is so easy for him. He's mastered running with the t-shirt as he now begins to lap and catch up some of the female runners and some of the age group runners. Who's that there? We noticed that face.
That is the fastest man ever in the marathon in the field, Gert Theys.
Correct.
2:06:33 South African record in the marathon, and we didn't see much of him in the beginning of the race, but nice to see. We can call him now.
Legend.
Yeah, a legend of the road. As we see Stephen Mokoka also lapping some of the lady athletes there. But just behind him, still Tete Jijana and Edward Mutibi trying ever so hard just to maintain that gap, but it has definitely increased a little bit as we see Alec Riddle now having to power that electric bike a bit quicker to keep up there with Mokoka.
To keep up with Mokoka as well, he'll be happy that he's on that e-bike and not on a normal bike where you'd have to work a lot harder. Of course, you mentioned the Gert Theys and the marathon, which was won by Ilyad Kipchoge this morning, being a favorite marathon for him, the Tokyo Marathon, where he performed ever so well way back when, winning Tokyo, and that's where he ran ever so well. Fukuoka, Tokyo in the east, in Asia, are places where Gert Theys would run and set that SA marathon record of his. So Mukoka now going past the tables, does he grab his bottle? He does. He grabs it at number 3. because 3 is the number on his bib, and that is a personal bottle as opposed to the other water table where they grab a water and generic drinks. Has a little look back there, trying to figure out how far the lead is, and then he just presses on the accelerator a little bit more. Is the race over, gentlemen?
Is the race is over for anyone thinking that they can beat Stephen Mokoka today? Although, as Mokoka makes his way through the 40-kilometer mark, which will actually signal the last lap now for Mokoka. So he's got one more lap to navigate along Marine Drive here in Gqeberha, where we are in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. But it is all about Stephen Mokoka right now in the colors of a Boxer Running Club. Of course, wearing that T-shirt instead of a vest, which in these weather conditions I would have rather gone for the vest. So it is quite warm there for Mokoka, but he's making his way towards the 40-kilometer mark, and projected finish time now, Mosibodi, 2:40:39. We might see that sub 2:40 today.
2:40:39. He is stepping on the accelerator. He's flying. He is flying through that barrier, is Stephen Mokoka, as he looks to become the first man on planet Earth to break the 2:40 mark for a 50-kilometer race in what is his debut 50-kilometer ultramarathon. He certainly would be breaking a barrier here at the Nedbank Runified 50-kilometer event, and getting a little bit of support there from the Nedbank crew as he would run past them. But these two haven't given up the chase. This is the race for second place with the young man from Mahikeng.
So Nedbank this year has partnered with SADC, and we launched the Nedbank Runified during the pandemic, and we're looking at South Africans and people around the world.
And they are communicating with Edward Mutibi, as I saw a few words as they're flying past. Is that Gertes? Yeah, that is Gertes, as they run past Bragertes there, trying to catch Stephen Mokoka.
Yeah, the old man's taking a walk at the moment and just enjoying this beautiful race. Of course, as we talked about, he's done his time, of course, over the years, and just watching these youngsters, the crop of the cream of the South Africans. Stephen Mokoka, just against all odds, you would say, for a novice to be taken. We know, of course, what he's capable of, but at the moment, Tijana, it's lovely to see the youngster among those, but Edward Mutibi just keeping him calm at the moment, about 39 seconds off, and certainly Mokoka is pressing on a gas at the moment, and he can see that there's heading towards the last lap, might do his good in terms of trying to get to that record that we're looking for.
And this surge that we saw Mokoka throw in just after the 36-kilometer mark has really obliterated the men's elite field. Behind him, we have Edward Mutibi and Tete Tijana, who are now 38 seconds back through the 40-kilometer mark. And then Sibusiso Kubeka is now in fourth, already Mosibodi, 1 minute 34 seconds behind Stephen Mokoka.
Well, let me tell you something, QR. Not everyone is happy to hear your predictions. They are saying, no, Slender, we are fans of Slender. Slender will catch him. The messages are coming in. Slender, of course, being Edward Mutibi. But closer to the ground, you can tell us a little bit more about that punishing surge is Alec Riddle.
Running together, they're encouraging each other, trying to pull back Stephen Mokoka, but I can tell you the last gap I took was 46 seconds and his last kilometer was 3:05, and these gents ran about a 3:18, so he's probably opening up 10 to 15 seconds per kilometer, and that's the speed he's got. Now we all know if Stephen Mokoka's energy levels are good today, the way he's feeling, we should have a world record. But let's understand, this is ultramarathon running. Anything can happen. We've still got a good half an hour of racing to go. And it all depends upon how Stephen has fed the energy to his muscles. Here we see Edward and Teti both taking water. It's starting to get quite warm out here. Thankfully, there is a bit of a breeze, nothing too hard to hurt them too much on the run. But taking lots of water, they need to hydrate. And of course they need to fuel. There is a personal second table once a lap, and that is the important table, that they get those electrolytes and glycogen into the system, because this is where it all counts. The commentary, the guys in the commentary in the studio will tell you all about how it burns those last 10 Ks. I can tell you, having run Comrades, Oceans and many marathons, the last 10 Ks is definitely the toughest by far, and that's where it's going to count. But Stephen Mokoko, on his way at the moment, looks like on his way to victory. But as I mentioned before, one can never be too sure. Before I hand back to the commentators, I want to just highlight what I perceive to be two outstanding performances. Kipchoge from Excel is still in 5th and closing in on 4th. Can he get into the top 4, top 5 position? That'll be a fantastic thing for him. But just behind him, perhaps 30 or 40 seconds, is Mabutile Lebopo. He blew, I thought, on the first lap. He told me he was having difficulties. I saw him a moment ago. He said, Alec, I'm back. The guy turns 47 this year. He's a minute and a half perhaps behind the leaders. Even if he slows down, he is going to break a world record today, I'm sure. So watch out for Mabutile Lebopo.
Yeah.
Back to us commentators in the studio.
Mabutile Lebopo, thank you. Alec Riddle is known well by Q and Walker from his days running for Mr. Price. We'll chat a little bit about him, but one person who seems to agree with Alec Riddle is former Comrades Marathon champion Gifty Kelehe, who says, hey, no. I don't think Tsipi will sustain that pace until 45 kilometers. He moved too early. Slender will catch him after 45 kilometers as long as Slender can keep his head together. Slender, of course, being Edward Mutibi. So the Comrades runners, is it a Comrades Guild, shall we call it? They are there. Mokhatlo Comrades. They believe that they want to see a fellow Comrades runner do it, but you think not, Kwan? You think it wasn't an early move from Stephen Mokoka?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Gift there. That's, just when the cameras are, and you can see now, there's Slender at the bottom of the picture. Mokoka now is really extending that lead by so much. Mokoka's already now in the distance where he's doing the turnaround point. There's no coming back from this. When the camera does pan back onto Mokoka, it's almost like he's running. He's not running at full speed. He's got another gear, and although he has dropped it down to 304, 305 per kilometer, this is a man who can race a half marathon at around 247, 248 per kilometer.
Correct. And when he paced the Abu Dhabi Marathon in blue, he was pacing at 259, 258, 257. This was at the end of last year. Yeah.
I was going to say the Gift, of course, he was as expected to be the pre-pacer back then in 2015, if you remember his Comrades, as we are going to the last lap now, where Stephen Mokoka is just passing the two of Edward Mutibi and Tijana. That tells a story here, I think.
And that gap as well is a lot bigger now than 39 seconds, as Mokoka went through the marathon mark in a time of 2 hours, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. A good 7 or 8 minutes outside his personal best.
Very true, and we'll talk a little bit about Mabutile Lebopo, Munnaidi Tabeng, Munna Lesotho, who have contributed fantastically to South African running over the years. And I think, Q1, you have won this particular round of arguments, because we've just got a message back from the champ Gifty Kelehe, who says, I agree the gap is big. Okay. They won't catch him. So thank you, champ.
I'm looking forward to my lunch sponsored by Gift when I see him next.
Talk to us a little bit about Mabutile Lebopo, Q1. He's a man who has wonderful longevity. He's been running now for 25 years at this level, and remains an elite performer.
Yeah, no, definitely. Mabutile Lebopo has really been through the ranks. He's gone through to the ultramarathons. Hasn't had success when he's done races like Comrades, but I think he definitely will be going back to Comrades this year. But he's a former Two Oceans Marathon winner, one of the fastest times ever in the Two Oceans Marathon, 3:06 when he won. So he has bucket loads of speeds. He's a former Soweto Marathon champion, multiple Soweto Marathon victories under his name. And as Alec mentioned, he's 47 years old now. And he was in training camps with Alec, we're talking 20 years ago. Yeah, in Gqeberha, where Alec had the Maxed Africa camp. So he's had a long history with Mabutile Lebopo. And interestingly, Lebopo's younger brother, Warinyane,
Yeah,
is
Warinyane.
also in the field today.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see how far the younger brother is behind big brother.
Of course, he was always for many years playing second fiddle to the older brother. Now here we're back with the women's race, pictures from the women's race. Again, it is just a solo athlete who is leading the race, and interesting to see what the gap is now that Bosho has back to Miruki as she leads that women's race past the 45-kilometer mark, still within reach of that world record.
Yeah, she went through the marathon mark in a time of 2 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds, which projected a 3 hour, 3 minute and 28 second finish time. So she is still running smack bang on that 340 per kilometer tempo. So she's got just under 5 kilometers to go. Maruki still is through to the back of the field. But to hear more about the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, we'll hear from Nedbank sponsorship manager Kelly Thompson.
So Nedbank this year has partnered with SADC, and we launched the Nedbank Runified during the pandemic, and we were looking at South Africans and people around the world, and the pandemic has created a lot of mental health and wellness issues, and we Runified, one of the reasons we started Runified during 2020 is to bring people together, runners together, communities together. And it's just a natural progression to partner with SADC and look at mental health and wellness. And that's what we're doing this year with the Runified series.
And that's why you'll see many of the Nedbank staff, some of the Nedbank athletes even post the race wearing that green ribbon. That green ribbon signifies the importance of standing with people during what is a difficult time in South Africa and around the world following the pandemic, what is a difficult time for mental health in general. So what will be happening here today, if you're just tuning in, is that Nedbank will be donating 10,000 Rand to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group if a Nedbank Running Club elite runner finishes in the top 3 in this Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon. It's taking place in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Look at these sumptuous pictures. The ocean so still. We've seen pods of dolphins, beach goers enjoying. We've also seen some divers, but not forgetting, as we head out on the roads, the runners are here for business. The holiday can happen after this, but here is the business, as Stephen Mokoka shows that he's here for the money. Over 1.2 million Rand has been put in the purse by Nedbank, and Mokoka at this rate looks like he will pocket at least 280,000, 130,000 Rand for the first prize, 150,000 Rand for the world record, and of course additional monies for the first South African. A big payday for this man, and it looks like certainly the world record Q1 is within his grasp.
Definitely, Mokoka is really in a class of his own right now, heading towards history, not only to run a new world record over 50 kilometers, but to smash it. But to tell us more about the action out there on the road, we'll cross over back again to Alec Riddle.
Wow, all I can say is I'm riding next to a man who's going to set the world alight here today. Mabotile Lopopo turns 47 later this year. He is about to move into 4th place. He's lying 5th. Quebecer from Excel just ahead of him. Hopefully Quebecer's got some fight and could take the fight to Mabotile over the last 8Ks. But man, Mabotile Lopopo is running 3:25 per kilometer, and he is certainly on track for a world record. In fact, I think the 45 plus world record is held by Claude Moshui. So this will be a fantastic race by him. We're coming up to the Thirsty Water Point, and there on the right hand side we have the great Desmond Zibi, was second in the Two Oceans. Desmond Zibi handing water there to Mabotile Lopopo. I want to tell you, 2002 we had our last Max Africa training camp in Lesotho. Mabotile Lopopo was one of the youngsters in that camp with his brother. and it's been wonderful to see how well he's done over the years. Soweto Marathon winner, so many victories, and won't this be a fantastic effort? Kure knows this athlete very well, knows the Lesotho guys. I'm sure he'll expand a little bit on Mabotile Lobopo, who's now moved into 4th place here at the Nedbank Runified 50 kilometers, heading for a world record. Let's go, Mabotile! Back to the commentators.
Fabulous energy there from Alec Riddle out on the course, and as we were watching those pictures of Mabotile Lebopo going past Umfana Indoda Kubeka, you say QN is over for him, eh?
Yeah, you could see that there was no more cadence in those legs. It's going to be a very hard slog for him, because still an athlete like Kubeka has still got around 6 to 7 kilometers to go. So it's going to be quite hard there for Kubeka to come through with that. But it's all eyes now on Stephen Mokoka, running the race of his life, essentially, as he's going to make history on his way to become a world record holder at the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer.
And those lovely shots show us exactly what's happening out there on the course. Mokoka doing so well, running away, absolutely running away from anyone. It is now a one-man assault on the watch. It's turned into a time trial. Forget about the race as Mokoka pushes himself further and beyond. It is a warning, a very stern warning to all the ultra-marathon runners in South Africa. As this man is preparing for the World Championships in Oregon later this year. So this will possibly be his only ultra marathon of the year. But it's a warning to say 2023, 2024, all those races where you said, it's too long for these guys. Mokoka is coming. And Mluleki Ntsabo has had a smile on his face just watching this man. You are in awe of this performance.
Oh, man, I'm just enjoying this now. It's as you said, is a man that is trying. Perhaps this would have been at the start. I want to give it a try. I want to see if I can. Of course, with the World Championship in sight in the US, you also would be thinking, what can I do in terms of the estimated time for what he's about to run? But to make that decision, I've got a feeling that the decision probably was made midway. That do I go all the way and see if I can? And then when that pacemaker when he was keeping up with pacemakers, I think perhaps that was time to say this is it. I want to have a go with this. He's still on target. Look at that world record, of course. That 2:42 we're looking for. Africa, of course, he's an African, and the age group of 35 to 39 still on target. Everything.
Still on target indeed for that world record as we look to break another one here at the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers.
Beautiful overhead shot there of Marine Drive, where we are here in Gqeberha in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. On the left-hand side of your picture, Stephen Mokoka flying to obliterate the current men's world 50-kilometer record. And on the right-hand side of your picture, Werku Bosho, the lone Ethiopian athlete now in the colors of Nedbank, leading the women's race. She is in the final stages now of the race, heading towards the finish, Mosibodi, and currently, as she went through the 45-kilometer mark, she was on pace to run 3 hours, 3 minutes and 37 seconds. So still under that world record. But can she maintain that 3:40 per kilometer tempo through to the finish? Time will tell shortly.
Correct, and I think it's been quite impressive to see how she has maintained that tempo alone for the last 5 to 7 kilometers. She really has worked hard and not allowed that pace to slip, which is quite difficult as it gets hotter at this time of the morning, and also she is running alone. So it is an impressive performance there from Bishu. In terms of the men's race, I think what has been interesting here, we see in the women's race, it's been Bishu, and second behind her is Muriki of Kenya, Ethiopia and Kenya. In the men's race, the South Africans really have come to the fore with the top 3 positions currently occupied by South Africans. Mokoka, Dijana, Mutibi are the 3 leaders there, and we thought that we would see 1 or 2, especially Ethiopians up there, but it hasn't been the case.
Yeah, and currently in the women's race, it looks like South Africa may lose that world record to Ethiopia. But in the men's race, South Africa is taking it from Ethiopia.
The tables are turning. As Adele would say, the tables are turning, as she would sing, because what happened last year looks like the reverse could be happening in 2022. But nevertheless, what's most interesting is that from a Nedbank perspective, the money that they've put for the records is going. And that's exactly what we want. We don't want it to be kept in the pot for next year because both these athletes, Bishu in the women's race, Mokoka in the men's race, look well on course to set a new world record. Just watching the men's race there, we saw Lebopo moving up to 4th. So he's making up that 4th position behind Edward Mutibi in 3rd and Tete Dijana in 2nd behind Mokoka.
And in terms of the gaps, Mosibodi, Mokoka now is 1 minute 51 seconds ahead of that second place athlete. So there is definitely no catching Mokoka today. You can see that style has not changed since the beginning of the race. He's running well within himself. And I know I got some crazy looks earlier when I said perhaps we're going to see a sub 2 hour 40. It's on the cards.
I looked at you and I thought, whoa, you've gone bonkers. No, we're what, like just over 10 minutes now before Mokoka hits that a line. And this is beautiful. This is something we didn't predict, which is lovely to see him in marathons. Stuff no use. It's just waking up and knowing that someone's going to grab these things like this. They make stories, and that's why we're so excited. That's why you and I wake up early in the morning to watch this marathon. I mean, it's stunning. Look at it, the overhead shot.
And we've been giving you interesting statistics throughout the day on this broadcast, but quite an interesting one, Mosibodi, that I just received from former SA champion and former national record holder, Shadrach Koff.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Kuhn, just imagine, the first 3 guys currently in the race all come from the same village.
That tells you something quite important. It tells you something quite important. That's what we mentioned of Mr. Tete Morena Dijana, the lesser of the 3 athletes. Of course, he was there in December. Mokoka went to visit his family and then saw this young man who had initially trained with the likes of David Khatebe before at the Mabatu Stadium, encouraged him because he is a top runner himself and said, who knows, maybe we'll meet at the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer. And so here they are with Edward Mutibi. Is it about the way one grows up in a certain village? Is it about the genetics? Because similar arguments have been made for some of the Kenyan athletes, many of whom are distant relatives coming from a particular area of the Rift Valley.
Yeah, I think it definitely comes down to genetics, talents. But the one thing is that you can have all the genetics and talent in the world, but if you don't work hard, you won't achieve anything. And these guys really put in the miles. I mean, I think if I have to think, just going to work Monday to Friday, I maybe drive about 100 kilometers in total. These guys are running close to 200 kilometers a week in preparation for this. But as Fikadu Bosho makes her way through to the finish, it's going to be very telling, Mosibodi, if she can hang on to break the world record, because it is less than 2.5 minutes until she needs to cross that line. Of course, the time that she is aiming for is to finish under 3 hours, 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Of course, that women's only 50-kilometer world record belonging to her teammate Evette Fancell, who is currently at the 45-kilometer mark in 3rd position, around 6 minutes back. So she definitely will not be defending her title today, but will she be able to hold on to her world record? Gentlemen, this is going to be very close in the women's race.
Close indeed. Fikadu Bosho is closing in on that time. Just a couple of minutes to go until the end of the women's race in the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultra marathon. In studio, we're saying if, maybe, but it looks close. The grimace on her face, the look at the watch tells the story of a woman who is determined to earn that extra 150,000 Rand for the record. But the gate is shortening slightly, you can see, as she now has to work even harder to get that world record. Mlu, what do you think? Is it maybe?
Well, see, of course I'm not running, but you look at the distance and you look at the situation with Bosho, you kind of think that that's probably, it will be touch and go if she does. That's still a long way to get to the finish line at the moment. We are hitting on the 4th minute now.
Yeah, 1 minute 20 seconds exactly to go for Amela Fikadu Bosho to break this woman's only world 50 kilometer best. Of course, belonging to Evette Fancell, who's currently 3rd in the women's race. But Mosibodi, she's making her way through to the finish. The pictures can be decepting. It is a long straight until she comes through to that finish line. But just under a minute now to go for Bosho. Can she get this world record? Exciting stuff out on the road.
Exciting stuff out the road as she's ushered in by the chopper. The people at the drinks tables, the marshals, know that she's within earshot. She's within sight of the finish and are encouraging her to gather up every last bit of strength, to gather up every last resource from her body. But she is taking strain as she approaches the finish line. Just about 40 seconds to go before she needs to be there. Will she make it? It's looking like she won't.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's not going to break the women's only world 50 kilometer record. And so unfortunate, you know, Mosibodi, they started really fast in the morning. That first 5 kilometer split was a 2:57 projected tempo finish time. So perhaps, you know, with the warmer weather today compared to what it was last year in May, the women should have started a little bit easier and not gone for that, you know, very fast sub 3 hour finishing time. But, you know, records are always there to stay. Records are always there to be broken, but the wins are always there to stay. And Bosho is on her way to become the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer champion, and a well-deserved effort. She's going to cross the line 130,000 Rand richer, and of course extra incentives from her club, Nedbank Running Club. But it is Bosho, your 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer champion, 3 hours, 5 minutes and 3 seconds unofficial.
Just a shade over 3:05 unofficially. It shows you that she has had a hard day out at the office. The last few kilometers, almost to 10 kilometers running alone, and she did well to stay even within shot of the world record, trying to hold on to that 3:40 pace, and eventually missing out by just some seconds there, inside a minute, close to that world record. But a job well done, a great effort, and really has pushed herself to the limit here at the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality as she tried to achieve that women's only 50 kilometer world record.
So I think a bit of a consolation in lieu for Evette Fancell, who's had a bit of a tough day here, currently in 3rd position. When she crosses the line, I'm sure she will be a bit disappointed with her run, but will be a bit happy that she is still the world record holder. And Mokoka on his way to not only run a world record but smash it, and then technically both world records staying in South Africa.
Both records staying in South Africa, both records staying in Nelson Mandela Bay, both records up as we see the second lady coming in, Muriki of Kenya, whose cadence as well has slowed quite considerably, quite notably. You can see the turnover of the legs much slower than it was 10 Ks ago. So the heat as well, as Mluleki Nsabo mentioned, at this time of the day, really making the athletes pay.
And also, when you consider this is her 3rd marathon of 2022, she was fine until 30 kilometers, but once the distance started to go further, those marathons definitely came into her legs. So this is a huge talent, and if she hadn't run those 2 marathons, I can guarantee you she would have had a much better performance today. But still, 2nd position in a World Athletics elite label event like the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, and brilliant performance.
Yeah, she'll definitely take that. I'm sure she'll be happy with her efforts. As you said, I mean, this is March, and the time is having 2 marathons already under your belt is just immense. A bit of a challenge, but also it's amazing. Just hearing you guys talking about the firsts Obviously, when Negasa did it, it was for the first time. Now Stephen Mokoka for the first time. Are we going to see another new man, another new winner? In terms of that, it was Fancell who was also trying to attempt, if she could, get into those numbers as a pacer at the beginning. But now, also just out of the race, out of that record was Bosho. But she, nevertheless, I'm sure she'll be proud with her results in the end. And so is Maruki. And I'm sure we're going to see Fancell in a distance as well.
Indeed, it's been an exciting morning here in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality as we see Eastern Province Athletics putting on a fabulous event for us under the auspices of Athletics South Africa. We're watching another finisher here. Wonderful performance. Shelmith Miruki coming in as the runner-up in the 2022 Nedbank Runified 50-kilometer ultramarathon.
And just as in the men's race where Mokoka was making his debut, first and second in the women's race today, also on their debut ultras.
It tells you something about the quality of coaching and training at this level, that an athlete can simply step up to this distance and perform well, even though it's the first time. But it also tells you that 50 and 42 not so far apart that you can say the distance will get the novice, as it were. So perhaps if it was 56 or 65 or 89, we'd be talking something else. But at this one, it seems as though one can step up quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's nice to see that she can still stand and being able to change or take off her shoes.
Right now, here we come. He's in the finishing straight. Kjuan Walker, you called this one, saying that Stephen Mokoka would likely smash 240. It's Stephen Lesego Mokoka. Tsepe, he took the lead and has run away from the field in what is his debut ultramarathon. He looks set to set a new world record to win the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon.
Yeah, Stephen Mokoka in the colours of a Boxer Running Club on his way to smash the world record time of Ketema Bekele Negasa, who set that 2:42.06 in last year's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer. So Mokoka is not going to break the 2 hours 40 minutes, slowed a little bit in this last 5-kilometer stretch, but the time is irrelevant right now, Mosibodi. As we near 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock, as David Khatebe, the Comrades record holder, goes past him on the other side of the road. It is Stephen Mokoka on debut. The boxer athlete from South Africa is going to retain that world record and keep it in South Africa. A brilliant performance, 2 hours, 40 minutes and 14 seconds. As Mokoka crosses the line, 2 hours, 40 minutes, 17 seconds unofficially. Your 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer champion and new world record holder, Stephen Mokoka.
Champion over 1,500 meters, champion over 5 and 10,000 meters, champion over the marathon, SA record holder over the half marathon, SA record holder over the 10 kilometers on the road, and now also SA record holder and world record holder over 50 kilometers. Stephen Mokoka on debut sets a new world record and wins the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon. What a performance from the man. He's as hard as nails, and that's why they call him Tsepe Insimbi Aikobegi.
It looks, or it sounds a little disrespectful from me, but he looks nonchalant after finishing that as well. Something that we didn't expect from him. But yeah, going back in the days of 3,000 meters, if you still remember, starting out was Stephen Mokoka, and his numbers are growing, his stalks are growing by the day, which is lovely to see that the record, which is most important, Mosi, it remains here in South Africa.
It does remain here in South Africa, and of course, all the celebrations and congratulatory messages coming in from Tsepe. They are saying the man is a machine. They don't know what to say. They say Mokoka, the man is a machine. They say Ziakala, Aisha Leompatla, as Stephen Mokoka is the one that wins the race. This is not the second athlete. Unfortunately, the man still has another lap to complete. We are looking for Edward Mutibi and Tete Dijana is in second. They are still coming. So this gentleman here still has a little bit more running to be done, as number 2 and 3 are still on their way into the finishing chute.
Yeah, that was the legend Lindile Tokota, long-time athletes, I think if I'm not mistaken, from the Eastern Cape region. Very, very good athletes. As we see here, Evette Fancell, a very, very brave racer, Mosibodi, to finish third. You can see she's clearly struggling there, probably got some cramps in her hamstrings. Her running style's not as fluid as we saw it earlier. But credit to her for hanging in. She is going to finish third. She will be on the podium. She will also get that extra 50,000 Rand from Nedbank as the first South African. And more importantly, she's still the world record holder.
Indeed she is. So a fabulous performance from Evette Fancell, who sticks it out and shows that she remains a quality performer, especially over the marathon and ultra-marathon distances here. She does not defend her title, but she finishes on the podium and makes sure that Nedbank here complete a clean sweep in the ladies' race, as she finishes as the first South African. ASA president there, Alex Kosana, I beg your pardon, James Moloi. He's the incoming president, having come in May, handing Evette Fancell her towel and for coming third. Embraced from her husband Ilyad Fancell there, of course him as a champion in his own right, over 400-meter hurdles, having represented South Africa and winning medals at the Commonwealth Games and of course the World Championships there.
Well, Tete Dijana, the second place athlete now in the colours of Nedbank Running Club. Very, very good performance there, Mosibodi. The man from the same village as Stephen Mokoka and Edward Mutibi, who's currently in third. You mentioned earlier how it was his dream to run next to Stephen Mokoka. Not only did he run next to Stephen Mokoka today, but he's going to stand next to Stephen Mokoka on the podium.
This is the stuff that dreams are made of. You grow up idolizing someone, training with them, saying you want to be like them. They say, show me your friends and I shall show you your future. This is what happens with Tete Morena Dijana. Munna wa Mahikeng. He says he wants to be like Edward Mutibi. He wants to be like David Khatebe. He wants to be like Stephen Mokoka. Well, today he beats David Khatebe. He beats Edward Mutibi. Comes second to Stephen Mokoka. A fabulous performance and will be standing on the podium alongside him. Well done, young man. It really is a great performance. Coming in third there is your 2019 Comrades champion, Edward Mutibi. Still, I think a very good performance from the man known and loved as Slender.
Yeah, very, very good performance here by Edward Mutibi, running a very good race, improving on his 10th place finish from last year's Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer. He's going to run a time of around 2 hours 45 minutes, so still a good 2 minutes faster than he did last year. He can't be too disappointed with this run. But just in terms of Mokoka's performance today, Mosibodi and Mlu, 2 hours 40 minutes and 13 seconds is official winning time. Tete Dijana finished 3 minutes and 55 seconds behind Mokoka. Such was the pace of Mokoka in those last 15 kilometers.
Absolutely obliterated the field there as he gets his towel and a hug from James Moloi. Absolutely obliterated the field. It is a commanding performance as number 4 comes in. Is that Mabutile Lebopo?
Yeah, Mabutile Lebopo coming through. He is not only going to take the 4th position, but turning 47 years of age later this year, Mabutile Lebopo has just smashed the world age best performance for 45 to 49. A brilliant performance there by the man from the Lesotho Kingdom, training in the hills of Maseru. Mabutile Lebopo, great performance there. As he makes his way through, he's going to be very, very happy with this performance today.
Who's been going strong for a number of years, another wonderful performance. And really, we have had some great racing here in the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer ultra marathon this morning. A world record in the men's race, just missing out on a world record in the women's race, but still some great performances. What stands out for you so far this morning, Kieran Walker?
Definitely Stephen Mokoka. 2 hours, 40 minutes and 13 seconds. Obliterated the world 50-kilometer record on his debut here today in the friendly city of Gqeberha, where we are in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. But equally so in the women's race. You know, they really went out for it. Conditions not as perfect as they were last year. We saw some great performances. You know, hats off to Bosho for taking the victory there in her debut ultramarathon. But yeah, I have to say, performance of the day, without a doubt, Stephen Mokoka.
And for his efforts, Stephen Mokoka, 130,000 Rand for the first place, 150,000 Rand for the world record, an additional 50,000 Rand for that first South African. So far as the women's race is concerned, don't forget that Nedbank had pledged 10,000 Rand to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group for every Nedbank elite runner that finishes inside the top 3. So we had a clean sweep of Nedbank athletes in the women's race, and 2 of the 3 in the men's race coming from Nedbank. It means 50,000 Rand will go to the South African Depression and Anxiety Group because, of course, this Nedbank Runified started out as a virtual series to bring us together, to foster unity during the time of the pandemic. And that's why we are wearing these little ribbons of ours here, because it means it's a natural progression. What started out as a virtual series, now we said that during the pandemic we saw that people who had faced difficulties running as a vehicle to foster mental health and wellness. Now we say let's give some money to groups that help us through these difficult times. So good to see that money being raised for good causes. It's been really a great day as we see some of the runners continuing out there on the course.
Yeah, still more of the top 10 ladies coming through to the finish. There haven't been 10 ladies crossing the line yet, equally as in the men's race. And I think, Mosibodi, we're going to see a lot of surprises in the top 10. I mean, the way Bosho, really strung out the female field, as well as Mokoka in the males race, I think we are going to see some very exciting names coming through in the top 10, and especially of athletes who weren't necessarily running towards a world record time, but more for a top 10 position. But as we've seen some really exciting events today, we're going to go down to Alec Riddle, who's on the finish, to do some interviews.
So there we have it. We take in a last gorgeous shot of the area where the race took place here at Gqeberha this morning. We've had the benefit of seeing some wonderful scenes. Whilst we've enjoyed the running, we've had the opportunity to witness pods of dolphins as they swim by the coast. We've had divers out on an early morning excursion, and we've had beachgoers enjoying the wonderful weather here that we've had this morning. Just a breath of wind and not much more has made it great to enjoy. But Alec Riddle is down and ready to talk to some of the performers that have made the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometers such a great race in 2020.
Steve Mokoko, debut ultra, you win the race, you set a new South African record, a new African record, and a new world record, all unofficial, but we know you beat it by a substantial margin. How are you feeling?
No, tired. It's a long thing, and then I don't know how I'm going to feel later, but it's very long, but I enjoyed.
You went quite early. As soon as pacesetter Malakaya Frans pulled off, you decided to push the button, popped to 2:56 breakaway kilometer, and from then on it was solo to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, I had to try and see, because I'm not running this long stuff, so I don't know if these guys are strong. So I had to push early and then make the race a little bit faster for them, so that maybe if I survive, I survive. But I'm happy I survived.
I was riding on the bicycle close to you guys. I was watching you having a few conversations with a few gentlemen, tapping a few on the shoulder. It looked like you were very comfortable wanting the guys to make the pace a bit faster.
No, I mean, we have to learn from the likes of Edward. They are these ultra runners, so just asking questions and then just checking around if I'm still okay and all that, because it's longer than what I normally do. So, but I'm happy I survived.
Super, well done, Stephen. He mentioned Edward. If Edward could come and join me, Edward Mutibi, the Comrades champion from 2019. In fact, he's still the defending champion because we haven't had a Comrade since. But Edward Mutibi, you were third today, much better than last year's run. How did it go for you today?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. I'm so happy about my results. Everything went well. Yes, I did have a bit of a hiccup for the last 42 when Steven started to kick. I know that you even warned us that he mustn't go with the guy the last kilometers done. Yeah, he did, as you said, Alec. But fantastic run for me. I'm so happy and I'm so delighted. And I just want to thank my coach for putting all this work and all the support that I've got from my sponsors, and thank you very much for all those supported me. I can't even go without the people who supported me through this one. I went and got a sports leave, so I'd like to make an input on this one. I'd like to say thank you to my employer, Impala Marathon, for giving me a sports leave so that I can train for this race. I thank them so much because they have put so much work on me. So thank you very much for them, and thank you very much for all those who contributed to me. So I'm happy to be on the third place, and this is an awesome result for me. Thank you very much.
We noticed the happiness as you crossed that line, and we're very grateful to Impala for giving you the time to train and be the great athlete you are. I want to ask you now about somebody you obviously have great respect for. He has respect for you. What's your impressions of Stephen Mokoko doing an ultra? And it looked like he was having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, Stephen is a very hardcore athlete to race with, and I have a very respect for the guy. I knew when he started to search with those guys, everyone was eyeing on him, and then I knew that everyone will just want to go with Stephen. And then when he started going up, I know, now is the time. So I'm happy that he won the race, and I'm so happy that all three of us as a South African, we managed to get into top 3.
Super, thanks. That's Edward Mutibi, Comrades Marathon champion from 2019. Back to our commentators in the studio.
Congratulations there to Edward Mutibi, and mentioning there that he's happy that the South Africans swept the podium. Mokoka first, Dijana second, and Mutibi in third place, earning 130, 60 and 35,000 Rand respectively for their efforts here this morning. In the women's race, if you're just joining us here on Supersport Variety 4, channel 209, then you will have missed a wonderful performance by Ethiopia's Bishu, Fikadu Bishu, who won the race ahead of Shelmuth Miruki of Kenya and Evette Fancell coming in third. Kiwan, talk us through that women's race for you. Where was the turning point?
No, I think the women started a bit too fast in the beginning of the race. We saw that 5K split initially was projecting a finish time of 6 or 7 minutes, actually under Evette Fancell's world 50-kilometer record, of course, for a women's only race, which was the case today. They kind of slowed down a little bit. We saw as they were going through 20-kilometer that they were running a bit more sensibly. We thought that, things would get a bit better. But then between 20 to 30 kilometer, the whole pack basically evaporated. Once Stella Marais, the pacemaker, stepped off, they averaged only 3:46 per kilometer tempo there. And, I think that's where the record wasn't lost, so to speak, but it's very hard to maintain that tempo through towards the end. Borshaw did a fine job of it until 46, 47 kilometers, until the wheels really came off towards the end. But, credit to her for on what was her debut as well, to just miss the record, but just under a minute, And, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality is the home of the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer for the next 3 years. And I'm pretty sure we'll see her come back next year and take another crack at it.
Good, and take another crack at that world record as we see more athletes here completing the race. Mluleki Ntabo, what have you been impressed with this morning?
Well, I think the start, as Kieran said, it kind of mirrored what was the end result in both men and women, where there was a considerable slow start from men. But to see that finish in the end, it just tells a different tale. Stephen Mokoko with that world record, as you can see there, and Tete Tijana coming second, and also Edward Mutibi, a clean sweep for South Africa. But at top 10 is what we we kind of expected, with quite a few names there. Also good to see Sibusiso Sokubeka, which was a highlight for me to see him in that top 10, and the Frenchman Rue also among those.
And also not only world records, but continental records and age records. We saw Mabutile Lebopo run that world best for 45 to 49. Guillaume Raoul ran a continental record for France. His 2 hours, 47 minutes and 24 seconds, getting him that title. And then Mark Fagaroni, another age record, 2 hours, 49 minutes and 58 seconds. The man does not slow down.
The man does not slow down, and I think both Lou and I are impressed with Mike Fagaroni's efforts, and he was scrutinizing the prize money as well as that for what is available in terms of the age records on Friday. So a man clearly who came in here knowing his shape, knowing what he could do, and a fabulous performance there from Zimbabwe's Mike Fagaroni. It's the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here on Super Sports, the World of Champions, where we will be bringing you all of the athletics action throughout the athletics season. This is the place to be if you want to enjoy athletics action, and there's nothing better than watching the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon.
Well, brilliant performances there, Mosibodi and Mlu, that we've witnessed today in the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer. It was promised to us it would be bigger, it would be better, and it checked all the boxes.
It did. Nick Bester stuck his neck out as the boss of the Nedbank Running Club and says that he expects that we will get a world record. Well, we did. We got one in the men's race, and we came close in the women's race. It shows that with a world-class event, this is a World Athletics Elite Label event. It is also a bronze label International Association of Ultramarathons event. As we watch the local athlete from Eastern Province, Kelly, finishing the race. Kelly has done quite well and has picked up some good positions there, really, Ginsabu.
Kelly van Vleet, yes, she's a local runner, always takes charge in any of the events that are happening around the Eastern Province Athletics. She's happy with her efforts, and as you can see, the fans or those that are watching there also just egging her on to finish.
Indeed, she's doing quite well. As you say, Mluleki Ntsabo, Kelly is just approaching the finish line, and that's the kind of performance that the locals would have been hoping for. So it means that with this sort of running, she makes the local crowd happy, but also she earns another position in that top 10 for Nedbank. To find out how those top 10s are shaped out eventually, and some of the athletes that are available to talk to us about today's performance, Alec Riddle is down on the road at the finish line of the Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer.
With me is the President of Athletics South Africa, Mr. James Malloy, also the Chairperson of ASA Road Running, Enoch Skasana. Mr. President, what a performance by Stephen Mokoko today. What do you think?
From our side as Athletics South Africa, we're very excited to see South African breaking the world record, and we wish if maybe that we can do more so that they can break record. We can put a lot of money so that they can put records. We are very excited.
That's wonderful. Evette retains her record because the Ethiopian just missed it by about 30 seconds. So South Africa is now the holder of both world records. That's quite a feat for South Africa.
like I said, we're very, very excited to see the South African in top 3. So we have broken the records, all men and women. So for that, it shows that we are going somewhere, an athlete for South Africa, and that we will encourage them and put more money so that they can break more records.
Your impressions of the Nedbank Runified 50 kilometers, co-partnered by Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality?
We are very excited. We have said the municipality have done very well to come here and partner with us, and we are urging some of the municipalities to do the same. So every time when we are here, they always put money with this. And Nelson Mandela, we just want to say Nelson Mandela Municipality, thank you very much for partnering with us, and even Nedbank, if you can put more money again to promote athletics in South Africa.
There we go. That was the words of James Malloy, ASA President. Back to our studio.
Nedbank, of course, a long-time partner of athletics in South Africa, and the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality having supported athletics and having partnered with Eastern Province Athletics, a partnership that goes back to the Legacy Trust, Ewan, and something that you also have followed over the years.
Yeah, you know, back in the day, we had the Nedbank Marathon Martyr Series. Was a very successful series of races.
Correct,
and
yes.
now back with Nedbank Runified, as we see Ilyad Kipchoge, the South African marathon record holder, still that's 2 hours 6 minutes 33 seconds, coming back from way back in 1999. Coincidentally, in the Tokyo Marathon, which was run this morning and won by none other than Ilyad Kipchoge, that's an amazing 2:02:40. Another gentleman, just as we see like Mark Fagaroni in them, it just shows no sign of slowing down.
Yes, good Tanda, yo. And these gentlemen keeping themselves in good shape as they get older and continue to run quite impressive times. There's the lady from running in the colours of Hollywood, Makosazana. The little one, Dynamite, comes in small packages, and she looks to have quite a bit of spring in her step towards the end of the marathon. Perhaps could have gone out a bit harder in the first half. Makosazana, really impressive second half from her.
Yeah, they do say Dynamite comes in small packages, and I can guarantee you there's nobody shorter in the field than Makosi Mhlongo. Already 40 years of age, so she's in the veteran category as well. And brilliant performance here today by the young Makosi Mhlongo, as she is. Always smiling, a very well-known athlete down in Durban. Always a joy to speak to, never has any issues, and she's going to be running in the top 10 so far. We've had 7 women finishing. Of course, Bosho, the Nedbank Running Club Ethiopian champion, finishing in time of 3 hours, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. She was followed by Maruki, who was the Kenyan athlete in second. Evette Fancell having a bad day in the race today, but still, finishing on the podium, third place. Hats off to her. She still keeps her world record. Behind her, we had Seba coming through from Ethiopia. Jackie Kellerman running a great race from behind to come fifth, 3 hours, 28 minutes and 14 seconds. And then Khalaletseng Mekho, who ran a brilliant race to finish sixth, also a South African, followed by the local athlete Kelly van Vliet.
Yeah, so it really has been quite impressive the way that some of the lesser known athletes have made their way through the field, especially in the second half, by running conservatively during the first half and picked up positions. And of course, because the prize money goes all the way down, the position matters. So good to see some of the athletes that perhaps not expected to feature in the top 5 or top 10 doing so. Shows that the opportunity to race and earn good money and not being taken lightly by the athletes. Thank you so much for joining us here for the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer race. We're your commentary team, Kwan Walker, Mluleki Ntsabo and Musibudi Whitehead. And thanks for all the messages that we've received throughout the morning, especially those that have been urging on. I think when Stephen Mukoka put down that 2:56 that we heard him talking to Alec Riddle about, that's when we received a flurry of messages, and many now saying that the man is a machine. He can't be beaten. And I think it will be very difficult now to beat Stephen Mukoka over any distance from 42 kilometers. and above?
Well, if one just has to look at the World Athletics website to have the biographies of all the athletes, and I think Stephen Mokoka is the only international athlete that has PBs listed in his bio from 200 meters all the way to 50 kilometers. He's run a 24.26 200 meter.
Oh, wow.
And that was in 2017. So we're not even talking, back then when he was a junior. He's a phenomenal athlete, has an incredible range of distance, and he's excelled in everything that he does.
It really was a masterclass of distance running, a man who understands his body and a man who understands this discipline quite well. We've also enjoyed the wonderful scenery here on offer in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Whilst we've watched the race, we've had the great fortune of spotting different things, dolphins, pods of dolphins swimming. We've also had the ability to see some tourists enjoying some diving. We've seen families on the beach. So it really has been a wonderful day to watch sport and spend it in this city where we have been the guests of those such as Mluleki Ntsabo welcoming us here at Gqeberha to watch some wonderful athletics. In terms of the rest of today's race, I think now we're looking at the rest of those positions. Perhaps let's look through what remains in the men's race. We saw that top 10, and Kjuan Walker, your overall thoughts of the men's top 10 and how we eventually got those top 10. The Ethiopians only coming in the 10th position. I think that's probably the biggest surprise for me, with Werku coming in 10th in 2:51. I thought we probably would have seen them a little bit higher up.
Yeah, and Werku was looking very, very relaxed. Of course, he came off that 2:13 marathon PB from Rotterdam last year. But it was just, once Melikaya France stepped off at 35 kilometers, as Alec mentioned, it was that 2:56 kilometer that Stephen Mokoka threw down. He's done that so many times on this stretch of road over the half marathon distance, but it was his first time doing it today in the 50 kilometer. But it was a brilliant performance as we look at the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer top 10 for the ladies race. We had Borsho who took that victory. Amazing race, just missing the world record today. But down on the field for prize giving, let's cross over to Alec Riddle.
Our Mayor, Councillor Eugene Johnson. Wonderful to have you here. She'll be presenting the winner's prize. So we move on to our women, and in third place we have Evette Fancell.
Evette is to hospital.
Okay, sorry, Evette is actually gone off to a hospital. She is indisposed, probably dehydrated, so pity for her. She still retains her world record, but still, unfortunately for her, and our thoughts are with her. On to second place from Kenya, Shelmet Muriuki. 3 hours, 8 minutes and 29 seconds. Presented by Kenzie Nabanda. Would you like to stand on, where's our number 2 over here? I think just stand on this one here, number 2. Thank you very much. And then our winner. What a fantastic race it was today by a mealwork, Bosho from Ethiopia. She missed the world record by just 30 seconds. Let's welcome her, the winner, 130,000 Rand. Right, we're going to have a quick word with our winner. She's from Ethiopia. We've got Steve here, the interpreter. Steve, perhaps you can ask her, what does this mean to her, this great victory here in South Africa? It's a wonderful prize.
በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን ትልቅ ደስታ ነው ትልቅ ድል ነው ለኔ
This is a great victory beyond words that I can describe. I'm very excited and I want to thank God for this opportunity.
We've seen her run on the podium in Soweto, the Cape Town Marathon, and other great races in South Africa. How does it compare coming here to the great city of Gqeberha for the Nedbank Runified 50K?
ከዚህ በፊት ኬፕ ታውንም የተለያዩ ቦታዎችም ብዙ ሩጫዎችን አድርገሻል በጥሩ ውጤት ጨርሰሻል ከነዛ ጋር ሲነጻጸር ይሄ እንዴት ነው የምታየው
ይሄ በጣም ጥሩ ውድድር የሚያደርገው ፍላት ነው ኬፕ ታውን 56 ሮጥ ዳገት ነበረው እንትን ነበረው ግን ይሄ ፍላት ስለሆነ በጣም ደስ የሚል ቦታ ነው
compared to the others, this is much better because it's more flat surface. Because in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, I used to go up and down, like there were hills that I had to climb up and down. The weather was perfect, the environment was amazing, so I'm very happy.
We are very grateful for you to coming to South Africa. Thank you. Well done to our winner. Sorry, we got a second place check here. There's your second place check, 60,000 Rand, converts into a couple of Kenyan shillings. Enjoy.
The TV asked me to rush. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mokoka's on the way from the hotel.
Ready?
Yeah.
So do we start now? What?
Congratulations once again to Fikadu Bishu for that fabulous performance, coming just within a few seconds, inside a minute of that world record held by Evette Fancell. A speedy recovery to Evette as she makes her way to the hospital, as we heard there, probably to get some fluids in that system after a very hot last 30 minutes of that race. So a great performance. Fikadu Bishu second and Shelmuth Miruki second for the Kenyans there, and Evette Fancell third, bringing it home here in South Africa. Now again, let's head back to Alec Riddle as we hear from the prize giving.
Big round of applause for one of the champions of South Africa, running in the colours of Nedbank. Prize presented by the President of ASA, James Malloy. Then in second place, Kenzie Nabanda will present this prize to Teti Diana. 2 hours 44:09. What a fantastic performance. Can you take your cap off? Right, and I'm not sure if Stephen has arrived back in time. He was at drug testing. I know we are limited in terms of the Supersport coverage, so I'm not sure if Stephen is here, but let's announce our winner. Stephen Mokoka won the race in 2 hours 40:13. A new South African, a new African, a new world record. Fantastic performance by Stephen Mokoko. I'm going to ask Edward Mutibi, who's a great fan of Stephen, just to tell us a few words, perhaps, about how you thought Stephen did today.
I knew that the guy is so hardcore, so I know that I do have a chance to race against him, but I know the last kilometers he might be giving up a push. I realized that most of the guys were watching on him most of the time, then I keep on checking on him most of the time, so that whenever I know he makes a move, that's when now the race will start. And that's what exactly he done. He only did one search and the guy was called. So I've got a respect for the guy, and I just want to say congratulations for Stephen for making this race and making sure that the world record, their win, stays in South Africa.
Thank you so much to Edward Mutibi. Congratulations to Stephen Mokoka and Tate Dijana. That's it for the 2022 Nedbank Runified Breaking Barriers 50-kilometer ultramarathon. Thank you so much for joining us. A fabulous performance, and congratulations to our champions, Fikadu Bishu of Ethiopia and Stephen Tsipe Mokoka of South Africa, for setting a new world record. We hope that you'll join us in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality next year for another world record, thanks to Nedbank Runified.
It's time to runify around mental health and take our first steps towards a happier and healthier South Africa.